Good morning, traders. Happy Friday and non-farm payrolls day. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hello, Tom.
Hello, good morning, Terry. It's so good to see you again. And hello and good morning to the chat. And special hello to Abhishek. And right now, Trevor is helping us in the backstage. And hello to Magnus and Aaron and everyone at MyFundedTV, MyFunded crew. It's so good to be back for a crazy Friday because we can always do what we want. So how is your morning, Terry?
It was good. It was good. Yeah, it was good. Trading was not the best, but we can talk more about the charts and everything. How was your morning, Tom?
The London session was like a little bit slow. All I did is a bit of a scalping here and there. I was expecting it, so I will go over the chart, but like it was slow. And honestly, I was super busy today. I couldn't really, I didn't even want to do anything before the NFP news release. So I wasn't at my charts, but I think we have some ideas to talk about later. Yeah.
All right, let's get started. I can share the schedule for today.
Let's see.
So today is Friday. You're currently watching Terry and Tom on the morning push. At 10 to 10:30, you'll have PineTreeTrader. At 10:30 to 11:30, you'll have Mr. Zink. 11:30 to 12:30, you'll have Bull Barbie and Methodical Man. At 12:30 to 1:30, you'll have Matt Cowart. And that is the schedule for today.
Thank you, Terry. So let's jump into a bit of a chart session. All right. So, yeah, look at this drop. And I think we will have to talk about the numbers later because like overall, not such a good numbers, right, Terry?
Yes.
So, yeah, overall, not so terrible numbers. And yeah, so let's just see what happens. So I'm on the 5-minute chart right here. I'm trying to keep it clean as possible. The thing is, there was a 15-minute demand zone earlier in the London session. Nothing special. Look at the range here. It was definitely like, just look at this area. It was definitely ranging in the London session. Nothing special happened here. Then it started to drop down to the 15-minute demand zone. Then it reversed back. This is when I took my scalp. I took a long there. Doesn't matter. It is what it is. We dropped, I mean, it was a good trade. We dropped lower quite a bit. And yeah, I wasn't even at my computer at this time. But anyway, as expected, a bit of a sideways action, no clear levels here. So I checked the 5-minute and I literally every time frame from the 1 minute up to the 15-minute for possible supply zones here. There's nothing, which I don't really like because I always like to see this. I mean, there is one level I'm going to show you in a second, but like in this area from around 7 a.m., there is nothing really that we can go for. So we had the news and we are now dropping, yeah, over 270 point-ish. And I'm zooming out on the 5-minute. Maybe I'm going to switch to the 15 minutes. So let's switch to, okay, this is the 15-minute chart. Now, we're still dropping. And if we look to the left, the only zone that I found, I'm all about the supply and demand zones, by the way. So if you guys, anyone is new in the chat, I'm about supply and demand. So what I'm thinking is price or the market is, you know, hovering in between supply and demand. In this case, what I'm anticipating, especially after the news and the drop, that we have a level down there at 24,503. Now, what makes it a little bit lower probability is that it already been tagged once before. Actually, when was it? That was Wednesday. Yeah, on Wednesday, it has already been tagged in the early, actually, it was Asia session. But anyway, this here is a valid zone still. So until it's not broken, it's valid. So 24,503 on the micro. We'll see if it's going to drop. I think it will, by the way, but we're going to talk about the numbers in a bit. So I'm looking for further drop. But if I go back and I'm going to zoom into the 1 minute now. So this is the 1 minute. I try to look for anything that we can use as possible target if the market would just reverse and go higher. The only thing I found that actually I didn't even want to put this here, but here it is. It's a 1 minute supply zone right there. It's valid because it has a structure shift. It picked up liquidity from this news candle drop, but otherwise, nothing special. Now, we do have some theories in these cases, but the number is really bad. The market can still reverse, so let's keep an eye on these levels. Obviously, if around the open, the market would, it can drop a little bit, but if it builds some structure, and I would say if we go back somewhere like around 750-ish level, so back to this 1 minute supply zone, I have a feeling once we get back here, we can see the news candle high being tagged, which is, let's see, the high is 894.50. So I wouldn't be surprised. There could be some stop orders there. What if the market wants to squeeze everybody? We've seen it many times. So if you guys just scroll back last, I don't know, 1 or 2 years, you guys should check the last 2 or 3 years. At least more than 50% of the time, the market actually likes to go back, maybe not instantly, but throughout the day, or maybe until Monday, like goes back and sweeps the high or the low of that news candle. But anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. That's the only level. And on the upside, actually, let me get this out of the way. I think I found one more, maybe on the 3-minute chart. No, on the 2-minute, on the 2 minutes. So the only thing I have up here is a 2-minute supply zone. I haven't even put the marker here, but the line is there, 25,017. I don't know. For now, it doesn't look like we're going there. It doesn't look like we're going to go above 25K, but that's it. Maybe we can try to scalp it up there, but it has to be like a really strong shift. For now, it looks like it just wants to tank. It wants to take the elevator down. ES about the same situation. ES also has the same 15-minute demand zone. It already got tagged. So in this case, like in case of the zones, we could say like, oh, there's a divergence because the same zone got tagged on ES. Maybe we're going to see a reversal on NQ. I don't know. I'm not trading with the SMT or divergence concept. Not that it's a bad thing or anything. I'm just not using it. But ES reached the demand zone. Maybe it's going to go a little bit lower to 67.33. Nothing else I see on ES, so I'm not really going to focus on that for too much. And as for gold, here is gold. Let me just switch to the 5-minute. A 5-minute demand zone got created. It seems like it's holding the price. Currently looks like it could be still a risk-off situation, not just because of the events of the war, but like the not too good numbers. Maybe gold can be holding this area and slowly go up. I'm not going to do anything with gold today. So no zones, no targets. I wish there would be something really good. In the past couple of weeks, we barely had some good levels on gold, but I'm not going to do anything with it. Hopefully it will push higher, but I'm going to focus on NQ. As always, yesterday ES, tricked me a little bit, but I'm not going to let it do that now. So I'm just going to stay on NQ. And let's see what's going to happen. We got to wait for 9:30, but that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so the numbers that came in for the non-farm payrolls was really bad. It came in, the forecast was 55,000. Previously, it was 130,000. That got revised down to 126,000. And the number that came out today was negative 92,000. So that is a very bad number and much worse than expected. And I can share this graph with you of the past 2 years.
Let's check it.
So this is the last 2 years. You can see here down here, it's from March 2024 to currently. And this is you're showing you kind of the trend of non-farm payrolls. So it's been trending down. And I'm wondering more recently, how much of this is AI related? Like, is it possible that we go into some type of AI recession like in the future? And I'm not trying to scare anyone. This is just kind of a thought that crossed my mind. Like, Could that happen? I don't know. What do you think, Tom?
It can be somewhat related. I think so. The tech sector is definitely changing, and I think we're stepping into a ground here. Like fundamentals can be, as we many times said it, fundamentals can be interpreted like 1,000 different ways. Like what is really happening. I think AI definitely has something to do with the job market numbers, but it could be many other factors. There could be people talking about certain tech stock bubbles, not just AI, but there's like so many things that we need to take into account. Obviously, lots of financial things in between governments, expenditure and everything, but it's complicated. I think like I would just want to say like there could be 100 versions, but AI can definitely be one of the big reasons.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see what happens over the next year to the job market. As Tom was saying, it can be very tricky to trade non-farm payroll. Like even though there's this massive selling at the open, market loves to recheck prices. So everyone, please be very careful if you are trading today. Also, some more headlines to be aware of. Everything in the Middle East is escalating. So the Qatar's energy minister forecasts that crude prices could soar to $150 a barrel in 2 to 3 weeks. Can we take a look at crude, Tom? I'm really interested.
Yes. I am going to shift to crude and let's just check. You guys remember from yesterday on the stream, I'm going to switch to the hourly chart and look at that. Yesterday's stream, we were talking about prices here. And look at that. We talked about like we should be breaking that historical high from 2023 September. And I told you guys yesterday during the stream, like be very careful with the shorts because we are so close to that historical high. And not just that, like $80, like it was like 99.99% sure that if it goes for the historical high at 79.63, we're just gonna smash through $80 like it's nothing. And now look at that, $87. Let me just go to the weekly chart here and I told you guys many times, I do like these round numbers, these psychological numbers as possible magnets. Look at how close we're getting slowly to that $100 price. Now that could be very frustrating. And last time we got there, that was so 2022 February was the war started in Ukraine, and as you can see, prices went up all the way up there. Actually, on the day, in the next few weeks, it actually spiked up to 101, and then after the next couple of weeks, it went up to 100, and now we're heading back to the same area with the current situation. I feel like this is going to be something that is going to affect every country, every market. The ripple effect is going to be endless, I think, once we were going to $100 per barrel. And like before that, we were having a high at 2018. Obviously we had higher prices, but currently I feel like one more stretch to $100, it's definitely possible. So I don't know, be careful guys with the shorts until we're not having like positive information about Iran and the war escalating in that area. It's just, again, it's a market that I would not be trading, even if this would be one of my favorites, I told you guys, but it is what it is. So it is, it's pumping higher and higher, unstoppable.
Yeah, it really is. And the impact of energy, the cost of energy, it affects everything. It affects shipping.
Everything.
It affects everything. Exactly. And
even the food prices, everything, the food prices, the products, you name it. You can backtrack anything you like back to the price of oil. So this is going to be not so good, I'm afraid.
Not so good. Do you know what is good though?
I do hope that the good thing is that we still have some promos, Terry. I nailed it. All right.
I can share my screen.
Yeah, let's see it.
Yeah, so using code YouTube, you can receive 20% off any of the Rapid accounts. These are the daily payout accounts with a 90-10 profit split. You cannot beat that. So it's 20% off, and any of the pro accounts are 30% off. And we also have the 50% off any of the pro plans. If you're a brand new trader to MyFundedFutures, we want to welcome you to the family. So those are our promos.
Thank you so much, everybody. Make sure to use code YouTube. You know, that's the drill. Always remember.
Yes.
And I'm just super happy that MyFundedFutures keeps up these promos because it's really a good price. So grab it while you can.
Exactly. I love the pro counts. They are my favorite. I love the Rapid too, but lately I kind of go back and forth, right? Like
yeah,
I kind of go back and forth, but like the pros, the 150 pros, because like I know Tom and I have discussed like just wanting more room with the drawdown. We get $4,500 worth of drawdown on the 150K accounts, and you can really run them up. I did see some inspiring posts on from MyFundedFutures of a ton of people getting big payouts, and from the pro accounts, really, because those are the ones that you can really run up. I saw quite a few that were just from 50K accounts. So I'm like, those pro accounts are so awesome.
Yeah, it was amazing to see, like, with like a quote unquote just a 50K account, you're able to reach up to like obviously there's a cap at $100,000, but we did see multiple 5-digit payouts from one single 50K account, a pro account. So that is amazing. That is just amazing.
Yeah, exactly. I want to see if I can pull it up. I'll pull it up for later.
Yeah. By the way, did we talked about like, do we still have the 50% welcome bonus on the promo, or did you say it?
Yeah. I did share that. So 50% off the pro accounts. Exactly.
Yeah, 50% on the pro account, guys. If you haven't traded with MyFundedFutures yet, and if you have a bit of an extra money to spare, then I think the best value is definitely with the pro accounts right now. Try it out, 50% with the first month. Go for it.
And also, we want to keep recruiting. We want you guys to apply to come and join us on the stream. If you are an influencer, if you're not, we want to hear from you. We want to hear about your MyFundedFutures story. We want to hear about your first payout, your journey, your trading journey, passing an eval. Yeah, we want to hear from you. Our mods will drop a link in chat so you can apply to join our stream, either as a guest or even a possible full-time hosts. So you never know. You never know.
Exactly. And this is so great. Like even if you have an awesome journey to share how you got to your first payout, MyFundedTV crew is ready to get an interview with you and get you live on the stream. And just like Terry said, if you're already in the social space and you're like regularly showing up, even if you don't have a big following, but you have the energy and the guts to if you have what it takes, you want to be a part of the team, then definitely go for it. And we would be happy to have you on board because, MyFundedTV is expanding, getting bigger, better, stronger. And this is why it just came up to me that I need to check on the numbers again, guys. So let me see those numbers, how we are doing. 88 likes. Okay, I accept it for now. All right, I like it. Don't worry. We are about 400 viewers. Thank you so much, everybody. That is amazing. Thank you. We do need to reach the 200 likes until 10 a.m. All right, so that would be the #1 goal. And of course, everybody who's watching us on X, we'll never forget you. And thank you so much for hanging here with us. Just a few clicks away. Please hop over to YouTube, smash that like, make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. That is definitely helping the algorithm and helping us to reach the 70K. It's not just about the dance that I promised you guys that I will do. It's about like more giveaways. The better, the bigger we're getting, more free stuff is on our way. I mean, on its way. So we want to give back as more as possible to the community. So smash the like, guys.
Yeah, smash the like. I think yesterday we almost hit 200 before the end of our segment. So I'm hoping that we can end today on a fantastic note. Thank you everyone for doing that every single day. I did drop in the Google form in chat if you'd like to apply to join the stream as a guest or as a full-time host.
Yeah. Again, if you have a good story, that's cool. That's awesome. We want to hear it. So make sure to apply.
Yeah. So I can share my screen. I have a little inspiration to show you.
Let's see.
So this is just.
Ooh, yeah. I like what I'm seeing, Terry.
Right? This is just one of the many that I've seen recently, like just from yesterday, of people requesting big payouts. This is from the 50K account. I'm assuming it's a pro account. This person is requesting actually not requesting, payout certificate of $25,100 on this one account with MyFundedFutures. Yeah.
One single account, guys, one single account, obviously the pro account, but one single account can make it happen. All right. Obviously, don't get it mistaken. It's not happening maybe at the first time. I wish it would, but obviously this person had his or her journey until getting to this point, but it is possible. Yes, you can do it. It's possible.
Yes, exactly, Tom. That's what inspires me. It motivates me, just knowing that there's really no ceiling. As long as we keep working on our game day in, day out, week after week. And it's not about getting there in a day, even though I really wish I could. And sometimes I trade that way. But it's about the journey, and it's about improving slowly, right? Like it's just, and everyone's journey is very different too. Like it's you want to compare sometimes, and it's best that we don't, and just use these things as inspiration. Like, okay, if this person can do it, like I can do it too, just like a step at a time.
And never forget what we just said. So this person could do the 25K. Amazing, but you don't know what is the journey behind it. We don't know. Maybe hopefully it took for this person like only a few months, but maybe it took years to get to this point and to get to that $25,000 payout. So never forget that, because it's completely different for anyone. Some traders are struggling for years to get a payout. Some traders, it only takes a few months or less to get a payout. To me, my first ever payout took me 2 years and 7 or 8 months to get my first ever payout. So yeah, it takes some time, and so don't be hard on yourself. Even if you're in it for years now, it's a different journey for everybody.
Yes, it definitely is. I think my first payout from props, because I had traded props like a long time ago, and then I traded my own live capital and lost my shirt doing so. And that's why I am such a fan of prop firms. And Tom and I talk about it all the time. Like, if you can't keep a sim funded account, like, I mean, it's going to be the same thing's going to happen in a live account. And so like, this is a safe way for us to train, to get better, and to get to where we ultimately want to be, like in a safe environment. Set that budget, that monthly budget, like, and just stick to it, and like see it as like, okay, this is the cost of my hobby, of the thing I'm working on, my new future career, and leave it at that. Like, we do not recommend like trading from a place of desperation, right? It sucks. I know I have. Tom, have you done that before?
Yeah, of course. It's
no bueno.
No bueno. And I'm just glad that you brought this up, because I think we can circle back to this topic by the end of our segment. So, what is good? Like, if you can't keep your funded account, I'm sorry, please do not take it as like I don't want to offend anyone, but if you can't keep your funded account, or at least, because the funded accounts, like, until the maximum drawdown limit, let it be just a 50K account. What makes you think that you're not going to do the same with your real cash account, right?
Yeah.
So it's like a trap. It's a mindset thing, again, which we need to talk about. So I also burned a lot of money away back in 2018 and 19 up until 20. I burned most of my savings on a Forex, personal Forex account back in the years. And I was just kept depositing, like, true story. I was kept depositing, a $3,000 deposit deposit, $5,000 deposit, another $3,000. Oh, just one more $5,000 deposit and I'm going to make it all back. Guys, it's not like that. It's not like that. So without risk management, without knowing what to do, how to do, I don't even want to imagine how many evaluation accounts could I have bought from that money. So yeah, we will talk about that later. It's very important. So keep your funded account. That's the goal.
Yeah, definitely. So when I started trading props again, I think it was around March, about 2 years ago. And then I got my first payout in like November or December. So it can take a while. I know PineTreeTrader, it took him 3 years, but now he's making a ton of money in payouts. Like last month, it was like 60,000 or more.
Guys, first I could like what? Well, like Terry was saying the number, and then PineTree was talking about like what multiple 5-digit in one single month from prop firm trading. Oh my gosh, that is incredible, guys. That is incredible. And of course, I do know that also PineTreeTrader had to go through all those struggles and hardships and sorrows and everything to get to that point. But it's part of the journey, you know.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, okay. So the market's going to open in about 2 minutes, 20 seconds. And we are trading at the lows. I saw Adam say, "Ooh, this is looking like a Black Friday type of price action." Oh, I sure hope not.
It is a little bit tricky, as I said right now. So I don't even know. Oh, there's a form, everybody. There's a form. Make sure to react. This is the giveaway form. You have 1, maybe 2 minutes, depending on, you know, if Magnus is having a good day, maybe he's going to have you guys extra 2 minutes, but who knows? You got to react quickly. And if you win, I mean, you got to stay here until the end of the session and make sure to react as well when the winners are announced, because if you're not here, then it's going to get re-rolled. So,
and everyone will be wishing that you're not here.
Yes.
And you can't let them win.
Exactly. So make sure, react quickly, be here, watch out for when the winners are announced in the chat, because you got to react. And of course, time to say our last prayers before the market open and to decide what to do. But I know we have the plan. It's just, you know, looking at this current chart. I mean, I'm stuck on the 5-minute chart right now, and so we talked about, like, what if this one wants to go back and take out the news candle high? We've seen that many times. It will be interesting. I might going to switch down to the 1 minute, and maybe I will see more levels here. But yeah, one supply level is going to be, hold on a second. This is starting, this is not like a 10 out of 10 level. I would say this is like maybe a 5 out of 10, but 790 looks good. Maybe what I can do, we still have 20 seconds. If we can get a strong up close candle above 713, one micro scalp, maybe it can be good for 7. Who knows? Let's wait for it. 10 seconds.
Okay. Good luck.
Everybody, hold your breath, focus on the chart, lock in, and good luck, everybody. Here we go.
Market is open.
Market is open.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we'll go and retrace, at least go test that data candle low.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. So far, it might want to test that 713 swing high. I think it will, which I just mentioned. Yeah, we're above. Okay. Now the question is, are we going to close above that 713 or not? It seems like we got rejected so far. All right. Nothing to worry about, guys. For now, we're just observing, and that's it.
We're just observing. So the overall range is, we're already over 500 points on the day.
Yeah, that's quite a bit. And yeah, we haven't even started yet. We're already, the 500 point range is like definitely more than average.
Yeah. So. Okay. Bears are coming in.
Seemingly a bit of an indecision here. Hold on. I'm trying to decide what to do here. I'm diving down to the 15-second chart. Oh, you guys don't see it. Let me put it here.
Okay,
Not that it.
I'm gonna.
Yeah.
I'm
Go
gonna hop in
on, Terry.
long. I'm gonna hop
Terry is
in
long.
long. I'm gonna hop in
Okay.
long, just looking for a retrace. At least I might get totally smoked on this, but it just seems like we're overextended on that range. But it could be a gap and go type of day, like where it just makes that high of the day during New York, and then it just keeps selling off. But I'm hoping that we get like a push, a retrace back, at least to partial of that data candle. But we shall see.
Yeah, so far everything is okay, quote unquote normal. We are kind of holding this area. Yeah, so anything can happen from here. If hopefully not, I really want Terry's trade to go higher up to 790. If I'm not even going to talk about if not, it just has to go up. So
yeah, it just has. Come on, bulls.
Yeah.
Oh, there was a poll. I didn't see the results that MyFundedFutures dropped about what people thought if the market would pump higher or if it would go lower. Mods, did you guys see the results?
I do like it. The more time we're spending in this area, the most likely it's just gonna retest those levels up there.
Go, go, go. Okay, the bulls are coming in. They're trying.
Bulls are coming in. I like it. How far is that level? Do I want to go for an extra 90 points? All right, I'm jumping in with you, Terry. It's 1 micro, guys, so don't worry. It's absolutely fine. One single micro, but my take profit, I'm gonna go for the big run here. 785 is gonna be my TP.
785? No way.
784.75, because I want to know if the market is going for the zone. There's a 1 minute zone. I need my answers. So please, NQ gods, my question is that a valid zone or not? So if I get my answer, thank you so much. If not, then no problem. The weekend is coming anyways.
Okay, so the data candle low is it's 736 on the micros. And this candle high, we went 732. Ooh, okay. We've got to push through that data candle low. If we can trade above 736, it's looking good for our TP's top. I was like, no way about your TP, because my TP is at 24,785.25.
78. Oh, yeah, mine is at 784.75. 1 tick lower. I gotta make sure.
Okay, hopefully we can push above that data candle low. I really hope so. So far it did reject that data candle low.
Yeah, it was a rejection. Here on the small screen, this is a 15-second chart, if some of you guys are wondering, not because I am addicted to the 15-second chart, but usually, you know, a few months before and earlier, you guys didn't see it, but I always have it on my other screen just to see how the candles are printing. So it kind of gives me like an extra layer of confluence or a thing like that. But I do like the fact that it repriced a small gap here, but I don't like that it's dropping right now. So
yes, you know what? I will really not like it if it trades below 652.
Yeah, my stop is at 628.50, which is not a big deal. I feel like if it goes down there, it might want to try to drop down to that 500 level, and which is not a problem. I'm okay with that, but let's see. Okay, it's dropping.
Ooh, I don't like that.
Oh no. Well, NQ wants to answer me, that's for sure. So yeah.
NQ is telling you. Yeah, come on, bulls. Come on.
I mean we've seen it many times, like opposite reaction at the open. I mean, quite the opposite of the news, but yeah, even if we sweep lower, like we can sweep the 600s totally, and I'm also almost, yeah, I'm out from the trade, no problem. If we sweep the 610, you know, having just a wick on that level is still not enough. It's still not enough. As long as we're not getting down close candles, I don't really care. So we're still practically in the same spot.
So we did take out the overnight low of 614 by about 3 points or so, but it did bounce right off. Let's see what happens next.
Yeah, let's see. This 1 minute candle is closing in a few seconds. Let's see if it's going to be a down close candle. It's so far not a down close candle. Okay.
Yeah, this is not looking good. It's building a volume node around this area, so that's not good.
Okay, so let's switch to panic mode and try to. No, we're not doing anything. No, I'm so relaxed, Terry. You cannot imagine how relaxed I am. So because you know, mainly because it's Friday. The other reason is that I just really don't see any direct. I got my answer, by the way. It would have hurt me so much, like verse if it would just. If I would have put this to break even and, you know, the usual case, but at least I know my answer. But right now, without having down close candles, I don't care about the shorts momentarily. So at this moment, I don't care. Once we start to see those down close candles with displacement, then I will be interested to look for that 500. Otherwise, not really. Pine Tree is in the chat already. Hello, Pine Tree.
Hey, Pine Tree Traders in the house. I'm still in my short. My stop was at 603.
Okay. Oh, you're in the short. Okay.
Yeah, right. It's still alive. It's not looking good though.
Okay. Yes, it could be good. It repriced that gap right now. I think this would be the first presentation gap. Yeah, for ICT traders. Let me just mark this up. This would be the fancy first presentation gap right here. Could be interesting for decision making. So once we close, oh, it's a little bit too bright. Once we close, okay, oh my gosh, we're closing higher. Okay, we closed higher. We inverted the first presentation gap, guys. What to do? What to do? We need to call Michael. So what to do? I don't know.
I would love to see us break the high of the orb, which is 732. And then that can be fuel to go hit the TP at 785.
My spidey senses are telling me that 790 is in the crosshairs. I don't know. I
like that. There is a volume node right below VWAP up above us. So VWAP is at, what is that VWAP? VWAP is at about 884.
All right, Terry. One more jump with the micro, and I'm looking. I'm in a long, so I hopped into a long. It's okay. It's not about the entry right now, but I want to see it pushing through up to 790 again. So
come on, bulls. Ooh, they're battling back. So that rejection off of the lows was real quick. It was what, 90 points off of the lows in what, less than 5 minutes. So
yes,
this is looking good. Bulls are coming in super strong. Come on, bulls, you can do it. You can do it.
I'm actually willing to add to this the closer we get. Maybe on the final 20 points, I might going to add to this trade. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to put a stop for now down to 638. But I'm going to observe this closer. If it does something crazy, unexpected, I might going to kill this trade manually. But okay, I actually put this lower because let me see, 43. It can reprice it on. Yeah, my stop is going to be a little bit close. It has some space to invert this gap again. Oh my gosh, it's not looking good. Why are you doing this, NQ? Come on. It's
Go,
a
go.
Friday. NQ, this is Friday. So please.
You're making
please.
us sweat, NQ. Can I show you my chart real quick?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah, of course, anytime.
So you can see here on the volume profile,
Yeah.
this big divot. So I like that we're trading above. The bulls are really, really, really trying, right? I feel like the next 5, 10, 15 minutes will really determine what happens. But I could see us filling in at least part of this divot, as long as it can hold. And like I said, like if we can trade above the 5-minute orb high right here, that will be fuel for the bulls. So the high is 732. We're pretty close. We did bounce off of the low so fast, 90 points. So that is very promising too. Let's go. Bulls are pumping.
I like when Terry is energized on the trade, because that's actually always a good sign, because then the market should be going there. Kind of fighting with this level, this 710 level a little bit here. If we could close somewhere above those 720s, that would be reassuring that, okay, we're on the right track here. Come on, NQ, just close above 720. And if I would get some displacement even on the 15-second chart somewhere above the 720, I would be adding one more micro to it, and obviously I would move my stop a little bit closer, but I would add one more micro. So let's wait for it. I mean, come on, NQ. Just do something. Yeah, this is just hovering, going sideways. Patience is key. That's true, Emma. That is true. Terry, I think you're muted.
I do like that it's holding this price, because it means it's accepting it currently at the moment, which is good, because these are the low of day prices. Oh, it's going. Come on, you can do it.
All right, I'm almost ready to add one more micro. I really want to add. Come on, but I need I need up close candles here. I need more.
Okay, you know what?
I'm adding one more micro. I added one more micro to this.
Okay, the high is 732. The high of this candle is 730. The data candle low is 736. Go. Come on. Let's make Tom happy.
Oh, no, it's not. It doesn't want to make me happy. Come on.
It's trying.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. Okay.
I think it can get there. It's accepting these prices. It's not just falling off a cliff. It likes it.
So far, it's good. My final TP is going to be 84.50 for now. But I don't know. Why is all this rejection, NQ? Why are you doing this? I can't use a wider stop. I don't want to risk more on this. So if it drops it, then no problem. We had similar situations before here on MyFundedTV, but I'm gonna wait for the next opportunity, maybe later, maybe even the PM session, who knows. But although I haven't really thought of trading in the PM session on Friday. Usually I never do that, but yeah, what the heck.
Yeah, I'm excited for you to trade the PM session on your stream.
I want to, by the way. I decided, I just told this Terry in the backstage, like, I think next week I'm gonna do some PM session scalping. Oh my gosh, Terry, it's terrible.
Yeah, I don't like that rejection candle that just closed.
It's not good. It's not good, guys. It's not good.
Come on, bulls. Come on. It's trying. The bulls are trying so hard. It is Friday. Maybe the bulls can show up and at least get us off these lows a little bit here.
Yeah.
Before it makes a new low, if it actually makes a new low, like I feel like Tom, you and I are trying to catch the bounce off of the low.
Yeah,
like
I feel
retracement.
It too. Yeah, the 1 minute with all these rejection wicks, it looks terrible. It looks ready to drop like any second, like 100 or 200 points, and it's just not good. It seems like the bears are definitely protecting this level. Obviously the numbers are not good. Maybe it's just not enough for the market to turn this around. But yeah.
I'm so tempted to add. You already added, right, Tom?
I'm with 2 micros. That's it. I can't add more. If I lose this trade, I'm perfectly fine. But then I definitely have to sit back and rethink what I'm going to do next. And obviously, I'm going to observe of what's happening. But a bit of a disappointment. We had a few good moments up there around the 720s, and it's just not able to push it through. Yeah, it is what it is. But
I still like it. Oh, do you know what I'm seeing? Yesterday's low. I did move my TP to go below yesterday's low. I actually like that. I think I like that for the long. It's still alive. It's still alive.
Well,
I know I'm being stubborn. Still alive,
it's
though.
perfectly okay. Let's see what's going to happen here. I'm out. Okay, so this is out. It is what it is, guys. 2 stops in a row. It kind of happens, but yeah, the 1 minute candle is really looking bad. I need to. So the 5 minute, actually, we're showing this bullish pin bar here. I thought that, okay, that could be a good push, but it is what it is. We still need to have down close candles below the 6. What's the low here? 612. Until then, there's no bueno shorts for me. So
no bueno.
Maybe my stop was a little bit too tight because I still feel that 790 is like a good target. So
yeah, and it could still reach there. Even if the open trades lower, it could still reach there sometime today.
Yeah. So my limit for this particular account is 1 more trade. And I still want to get to that 790, but I'm gonna wait for now. And if it just keeps dropping, then I'll let it drop. But otherwise, it's a waiting game again. It actually created relative equal highs at 731, but I'm thinking like if it can get up there again, let me just put a line here. Let me get this off. Okay, so if it can get up there and have some up close candles above the 730, then I might want to go in with like maybe 3 micros, not just to recover the losses, but to have enough profit for the rest of the ride. So I'm gonna wait. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be bold because it's Friday. Okay. I'm gonna be bold. I'm gonna add a second one to my long. We shall say.
Terry, she's a risk taker. She like, I don't know. He has the superpower to manage it.
Let's go. Everyone's waiting to see what is going to happen here. So the 5 minute order people got tagged on the sell side. They're not out yet, and 15 minute order people haven't been tagged in yet. I feel like whichever side gets broken is going to be pretty big because we've had 5, 10, 15, 20, almost 20 minutes of consolidation here.
Yeah, and we picked up liquidity from the 1 minute gap. Lots of consolidation. The 5 minute, the 15 minute candle is like a doji, almost like an indecision candle. And we have this, there's still 10 minutes from this candle to close, but it's technically we are inside of the doji candle previously. And the 5 minute is also like indecision, guys, indecision.
Yeah, lots of indecision right now. It's barcoding. Ooh, minis of power, AKHMK says.
Well, you got to be careful with the minis because this is exactly like this small little area here, like 50, 60 points of range. And look at all these small doji candles on the 1 minute. You can chop yourself up in no time with the minis completely.
Oh my gosh, I know. Talk about how many times have we gotten in trouble trading minis?
Oh my gosh, I don't even want to remember. I trying to raise it. But yeah.
Yeah, Corporate says power of micros. Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah, so I'm down about $400 with these two. Okay, I feel like I need to get it one more chance.
It's going.
All right.
Go. It's so close to breaking that 5-minute orb on the opposite side.
All right.
Let's go.
I jumped into a long again, and I'm going for it again, Terry. Why am I?
It's going.
I'm going for it again. 784. This is going to be my last attempt for this trade and for this particular account. It is what it is, and I'm going to add one more micro to it, maybe. Yeah, I'm adding one more micro. All right. Okay,
I do see a Fed official speaking, Goldsby. So hopefully Goldsby says something very positive. Very bullish.
Anybody knows his cell phone number? I want to talk with him. All right.
Okay, he says, I think Goldsby's the guy. If you got several months like that, it would be a concern. He says it was a tough miss on the jobs report. If you got several months like that, it would be a concern. Okay.
Why is it not doing what I want? It's too much risk for me right now.
Go up.
Yeah. It's not going to be my favorite Friday. It looks like it. Actually, every Friday is great, but
yeah, every day is great.
Every day, it's always a great thing, but...
Oh, okay. Coop says he is a voter this year.
He's a voter. Let's see.
Yeah.
Anyway.
It's really trying. It's still barcoding.
It's barcoding. It's barcoding.
Yeah. This your trade is still alive.
It's still there, but I'm not. This is going to be my last attempt, and I just wanted to check. Like, we have 159 likes. Thank you so much, everybody. So let's get to 200 likes. We are above 400 viewers. Thank you so much. 430. This is amazing. Let's get those likes, everyone, because what else is there to do other than pushing the likes? The market is just really messing with us.
Yeah, I saw someone in chat say it's garbage. Price action is garbage.
It is. I'm getting hammered here. So yeah. I'm getting completely hammered.
Yeah, MyFundedFutures prop firm says boring market today. Let's do some winners.
Yeah, we want some winners. Of course, we want some winners.
Let's do some winners.
Make sure to be okay. So everybody, watch out. Let's see the numbers. The names. Let's see the names. I'm focusing on the numbers here. Like, let's see the numbers. Let's see the names.
Let's go. Good luck to everyone.
Yeah, and by the way, oh my gosh, time flies so fast, really, because I wrote it down to a piece of paper on my desk here. Like I wanted to talk about why is it important to learn to keep your accounts before you go to trade on your personal account, and because there's always like this is again a controversial topic, even in the social space. Like, some traders are saying, oh, you can't trade if you can't trade on your personal account. Like, where to start first? Like, should you start on your personal account with like relatively small money, or with the prop firm? I'm definitely advocating on the side that go with the prop firm, even if you have a little bit more money to spare on trading. Because I did the same mistake. Don't throw that money directly into a personal cash account. Chances and statistics are high that you're going to burn a lot from that money. Why not just go with an eval and try to focus on risk management first, right?
Yeah, like, prove it to yourself that you can do it for 2-3 months consistently every single day without screwing up. Like,
exactly.
Sticking to your risk models, and then it's like, okay, you're good to go. Yeah, I like that.
Exactly. So this is why obviously there are many traders on the other side, like, oh, first you need to trade on your personal account. I feel like the emotions and the tensions are much higher if you're doing that, so you got to be careful where you start. And obviously, also we know that many people around the world don't obviously have that type of capital to trade with. So yeah, every way I think starting with the prop firm is winning. All right, I'm out from this third trade. It is what it is.
It is
But
what
I'm
it
out.
is.
It is what it is, but I'm out. I cannot put on another trade. So I use my
No.
limit. Well, we have some of these days. We all know that, but the market definitely tricked me, and it's NFP. I do not copy trade all these kind of trades, by the way.
Yeah,
And
and this is why you don't copy trade, right?
Yeah,
You're just
exactly.
it helps take off risk.
Yeah, imagine if you're copy trading it, even just for a few accounts, like that would not be good for the weekend.
No, oh my gosh, been there, done that.
Oh yeah,
that sucks. So I do see that Bear Traders, congratulations, you won the X win for sharing the show, tagging MyFundedFutures, making like a cute promo. Thank you so much, Bear Trader 64. We love the things that you make. Congratulations. And then also Google Form winners today, Prisha Trades, Alpha PVP, Zyzo Trades, Cameron Fisher, and the Static Attack. Are you present?
Oh,
congratulations.
Attack. I know that name. Congratulations to everybody. This was a good job. Amazing.
Yeah.
And we love the winners. More giveaways. Stay tuned, right?
Yes, exactly. Tom, I want to know this week, what's a highlight of the week for you?
The highlight of my week, well, you know, the highlight of my week is I did some really great trades during my on my channel, but with scalping. I was surprised how good it went. And another highlight here at MyFundedTV, like we had a few good trades. And I'm always like super happy, especially like yesterday, like almost got taken out with a few ticks, and it was just amazing to see how the trade actually just before PineTree got onto the stage, we hit the TP. I did like that very much. And by the way, I almost forgot that next Monday, Terry and I are not going to be here. Mr. Zink is going to take our segment on Monday. Terry has some stuff to do. I have to travel to Chicago. The CME summoned me because my trades are moving the market too much. So I do have to explain what the hell am I doing, especially after today. But anyway, we have some business to do, and of course Mr. Zink is going to open the show on Monday, right, Terry?
Yes, exactly. And it'll be a great week next week. I feel like this week a highlight is us reaching 60,000 subs.
Oh my gosh, I totally forgot. No, I was actually focusing on trading wise, like highlights, but guys, my highlight of the week, okay, if I can expand that, I like to say like my highlight of the week that I could call Luke. Like it's always great to call him, like, what's up, you know, maybe I'm gonna call him on the weekend or something, I don't know, but that definitely was the highlight. And it's just so amazing. I'm really glad that we have such a great community here at MyFundedTV. So 70K is on its way, guys.
It really is. We're already at 60,100 subs. It's going up. Thank you, you guys, for such a wonderful week. I'm so thankful. I know Tom is very thankful for all of you for tuning in every single morning, coming in, smashing that like button. We appreciate you so much, and we will see you guys next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Good morning. What is up, everyone? Non-farm payroll day. What is up? What's up? Friday, right? Crazy. What's up, Ethan? Rufio, Michelle, Deku, Keegan, Mr. One, Frequency, Koa, Melvin, Short King. What's up? Pops and Drops, Abhishek. What is going on? I want to thank Terry and Tom. They are great hosts to kick off the market every day. I enjoy listening to them. So what do we got going on? I have tried a few trades here. I am down about 54 bucks, but slinging around a micro. I tried too long up here after we got a nice push. It came back, this candle right here came back and took me out. I ended up trying another long based off these inside bars, and kind of regretting not holding on to it. I ended up hopping out, I think around 700, but now we are pushing up towards that 790 level that Tom was talking about. Tom is the king of levels, 790s. We are pushing up. Do we take out the data wick high up here at 895? Do we get there today? That's the question. But overall, the jobs report did not come in very good. So how's everyone else doing? You guys, long as working. Yes, let's go, Tom. Almost to that 790 level. Let's take a look at YM. I'm curious about YM. YM pushing up off the lows as well. So everything is trying to find a bottom for now. But man, just nasty, nasty wick action, right? Nasty, nasty wicks. Just back and forth, back and forth. So I'm going to wait for a Harami or an inside bar to take it. Let's take a look at gold here. Yesterday, we took a nice, gold pushing. Gold is ripping higher. Is anyone in a gold long? Wow, there goes gold. Take a look at silver here. Silver as well. And let's take a look at oil. Oil dropping. So, interesting. Gold, silver pushing, NASDAQ pushing higher, and oil dropping. So it is Friday, guys. You know, it always sucks going into the weekend if you go on tilt and lose an account. I will be fully transparent. I lost a account today. So if you lost an account this morning, don't feel bad. I ended up losing an account as well. You know why? Because I was trading a mini. I started trading minis, and that mini led to 2 minis, and then the account was gone. So it is what it is. It sucks losing it on a Friday, though. I've had a pretty solid week overall. I've gotten a few payouts, which is nice. But now I got to start another eval, which, you know, that doesn't feel good. And, you know, that's where I'm at. So it sucks. I got caught up in the non-farm payroll, and, you know, in hindsight, I tried to fade it. That's what I did. I tried to fade this and got cooked. And then I look at it in hindsight and I go, wow, I could just have shorted the inside bar. You guys know anything about inside bars? This is my trading buddy, Terry. Will ask me. I'll ask Terry. I'll tell Terry. I will be like, look at that inside bar. You see that short? And she'll go, yeah, I saw it. And she goes, did you take it? And I go, no. And then we laugh, right? Because that's my setup. And I didn't take it, unfortunately. So let's talk a little bit about, I want to talk a little bit about an hourly chart. So something I've been watching lately, and I ended up taking a beautiful long last night off this hourly chart, and it is based off the inside bars, right? Inside bar has been paying pretty well. Now, to try to pick a bias on these inside, to try to pick a bias in the market is very difficult. On a smaller time frame. So what I've been doing is looking at the hourly chart and looking for inside bars to take the breaks. And so you can see, like, in the past week, you can see these inside bars paying pretty well. All right. So you see these inside bars here, and just looking for, like, so once it breaks to the upside, I'll be looking for longs. Once it breaks to the downside, I'll be looking for shorts, and so on. And you know what I found out? If they're small enough, you can actually trade them on a micro. And last night, I ended up trading on a micro, taking a long based off this inside. Not that one. Which one was it? Trying to think here. Which one did we take here? Oh, maybe I go to the hourly here. Looking at the wrong chart here. Let me go to the NQ real quick. Yeah, so I ended up taking a long based off the hourly chart last night. Hey, I was right here. This one would have been a beautiful. This one was right here. I was confused because you know, it skips over the hour, so went 3 to 5 here on Central Time, but I ended up taking a long based off this hourly chart last night on stream, and it was a really nice trade. You know, especially for Globex, it ended up going up 81 points. But as I hopped in, I ended up adding into the winner a little bit, and I was in like 2 or 3 micros, and it was just doing that zombie grind up to the upside. If you go to the 5-minute chart and you go back to last night, right here, I mean, it wasn't great price action, right? But we ended up catching the long and just kind of grinded higher. It just kept grinding and grinding and grinding higher. So, and that's basically by looking at the hourly chart. So doing that top down approach, going to the higher time frame, and then looking for the smaller, going to the smaller time frame, and then looking for a better entry, right? But if the hourly chart, if the hourly candle is small enough, you can hop into micro and just place a stop on the opposite side of the 1 hour candle, and, you know, look for a 1-to-1 or more, maybe a 2R. So that's, I've been doing this lately, very small size, and it's actually working. So now if you get a giant hourly candle, very, very difficult, but yeah. So anyways, how's everyone else doing? How's you guys doing? It's Friday. How was your guys' week? What's up, Trader 007 in the house? Trader 007. Let's take a look at the gold. Gold's pushing higher. No inside bars yet. Go back to NASDAQ. I'm looking for a trade here. Having a little FOMO. I was in a trade here and then got out. You can see my entries. I was kind of slinging around some contracts. You see, I went long here. I went long here. I got out here. Like, it was a little choppy. Yeah, gold just took off, Corb. Gold just took off. If I could only be as good as paper trading, Corb, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, when you're paper trading, there's very little emotions, right? And the longer you trade, you realize that most of the trading day is based off of more emotions. So it's whether or not you're stopping yourself out, it's whether or not you're taking profits too quickly, not letting your winners ride, but you're letting your losers ride. And it's all just, it's mental, right? It's all up in the dome here. And when you're trading a paper account, there's really no emotions. You have nothing at risk. When you put real money on the table, then it's a different ball game, right? So paper trading is great for being able to practice the platform. So whatever you're trading for a platform, if you're trading on Quantower or you're trading on Trade-Evade or something like that, then, you know, you need to learn the platform, right? So it's great for that. It's great for back testing. It's great for, you know, testing out your edge and getting confidence. But to really, really, really check your emotions, you got to get a little skin in the game. And by trading an eval, right? So it's a very low cost of entry, is getting that eval and trading that. That's where you start to figure out, like, okay, well, it's not as easy as I thought, but, you know, it's still a very low cost of entry. When I traded on a paper account when I first started trading, and I thought I had it figured out, and then I put $10,000 into a Trade-Evade account. 10,000 of hard-earned, walking through snow, the cold, sleet, and snow, you know, as a mail carrier, and put 10,000 in the Trade-Evade account and ended up losing it in a month. So, you know, buying a eval for, you know, there's some good sales going on right now on MyFundedFutures. You can get one for, you know, 60, 70, $100, somewhere in that area, and be able to trade that and be able to hone your craft and, you know, having a little skin in the game, so that, because you don't want to lose that $100. You invested $100, you don't want to lose the $100 on on that eval. So yeah, very, very, it's a different ball game, that's for sure. Corey, the phone trader in the house. Bearish engulfing candle. I agree. I was kind of hoping this would be in an outside bar, but it is a bearish engulfing. Kind of have a bear flag going on. Very, very tricky market, right? Do we take out the lows? Like, do we take out the lows? We had broken a Harami candle on the hourly chart to the upside. We have broken an outside bar to the downside. Where's it going to go from here? Do we take out the lows? What do you guys think? To me, it looks like a giant bear flag. You know, if I kind of span this out, it's looking like a giant bear flag. We've kind of visited that zone that Tom was talking about. We only were off at about 10 points. He was talking about that 790 level. We went to about 780. So yeah, just nasty price action. I kind of wanted to break down or something out of this little zone. That's kind of what I'm looking for. Let's take a look at gold here again. I am looking for a trade. I'm not liking that. I don't really trade Harami reversals on gold. YM. Kind of curious about YM. I might try a long on YM and look for a scalp on that data high. But very, very risky play on momentum. Came back, tested that. Put in this Rami here. If I go in on anything, it's gonna be 1 micro. I've already lost an account today. I don't want to start going through and blowing a bunch of accounts. That's the last thing I want to do on a Friday. So I lost 1 account. I can deal with it. It's disappointing to me. You know, old habits are tough to break, right? I'm actually gonna try a long here on YM. Let's see. Place a stop down here. Let me get it on the YM chart, the MYM chart. So I'm gonna try this here, and I'm gonna look for the data high up in here. Stop's gonna go down below here, and just 1 micro, and see what happens. So let's sling this contract. Now YM's a little bit slower. YM can be a little bit slower. That's for sure. So you're not going to get the volatility, but you can make or lose a lot of money real quick. So there we go. We're breaking that, getting that big engulfing candle on the 5-minute chart here on MYM and breaking that Harami here. So let's see if we can get that push up, and let's test this data wick. Right up in here. So when I chart, I generally chart on the mini, and then I'll switch over to the micro, or I'll just have the micro on the DOM and then have the, you know, the mini charts up. But for streaming, you know, I like to show the charts and the entries and everything. So I'll go switch to the MYM chart. But there's a quick, wow, there we go. So this is just 1 micro, but there's a quick 20 ticks there. Let's see if we get that push. Digital Nukes in the house. How you guys doing? What's up? What's up? Tom Sabo's 7-9. Oh, nice call out, Tom. Great call out. I love your levels. The king of levels. The Tom Sabo guarantees, we call them on the prop streets. Tom Sabo guarantees. So we're in a long here. Fairly wide stop, negative R&R. But if we can get a nice little close on this candle, I'm going to move my stop to 276. So when you're trading small enough, it's good to give yourself a little bit of room, right? If you watch Tom Hugard trade, the other trader Tom, both legends, but the other trader Tom Hugard, if you watch him trade, he'll have 50, 60, 70 point stops, right? And then he moves it. So he'll move it accordingly. it's very, very difficult to be trading NASDAQ and have like a 5-point stop, even a 10-point stop, even a 15-point stop, you know. And the reason that a lot of us do that is because we're trading too much of a large, we're trading minis usually, and trying to keep a tight stop. But perfectly fine if you end up, if you're a sniper with your entries. But I am not. I am horrible at getting in on pullbacks and things like that. So I trade on momentum, and I trade breakouts and momentum, right? That's kind of what I do as far as inside bars and things like that. So usually I have to place a wide stop to do it. Guys, do me a favor, smash that like button. I also want to remind you guys that real quick that MyFundedFutures is looking for guests to come on the show, guest hosts, permanent hosts, whatever. There's forms to be filled out. If Abhishek wants to throw in the form for me in the chat, we're looking for people. So yeah, smash that like button. All right, well, it's coming right back to my entry here. That's okay. As long as I got my stop at 131, risking a whole $72.50 on this trade. If we got a little more momentum, I would probably say that I would add into this trade, but right now it's just stalling out at this level. So it makes sense. We came back and we filled this gap or inefficiency that the ICT traders call it, and we pulled back a bit, but let's see if we can run that data high. So usually so anytime you have a news candle, when I say data candle, I mean the news candle. So we had that non-farm payroll candle right here. I mean, up in here. Wow, I'm off today. See, it is Friday. This is actually the opening range candle. I'm actually looking for this. The data candle's up here. Boy, I feel like an idiot. But it's been a long week. It's been a long week. It's Friday. I'm glad it's Friday. I'm telling you guys right now, I might take one trade after this stream and I'm done for the week. And it's been a great first week at MyFundedFutures TV. I want to thank everyone that's been showing back up and hanging out with me on stream in this quick 30-minute segment. Let's go back to NASDAQ. Everyone loves trading NASDAQ. Wow. Yeah, there's that's 24,800 that Tom called out. So very nice trade there. It's kind of shocking that we held that low. We swept that low just by a few ticks and then pushed right back up. So sorry, back to the MYM here. MYM pushing up higher. Can we get up to and test that opening range candle? You know, really, this could be a good swing up into that, test that VWAP up to 47,500 level. You know, we could test that if the market wants to keep grinding higher. Come on, get up there. It's trying. Going for the data high, London high, wouldn't surprise me, right? One of those highs is going to get tagged. Any questions for me, guys? Shahid, you lost 2 accounts. I feel like giving up, Shahid. It's okay. Like I said, I lost an account earlier today. It's perfectly fine. It's non-farm payroll. It's a wild day. Very easy to lose accounts. You know, these accounts are, you know, fairly small with a drawdown, right? Come on, let's get that push here. This will be a nice 99-point trade here on MYM. Come on. Testing that body, that candle. Candles are getting smaller and smaller here, but let's see if we can get that push. Nice trade so far. don't really want to move my stop to break even quite yet. I want to see how this candle closes, and then hopefully we get a nice strong candle close on this 5. I don't want to move my stop to quite the break even, just because I feel like, you know, just the natural ebb and flow could take me out and then keep going higher. So I don't want to do that yet. Yeah, it's okay to take, Shahid, it's okay to take a few days off. It's a Friday, right? So it sucks losing on a Friday and then having to reflect over the weekend, but it's absolutely okay to take breaks. Like I've always told you guys, the only reason why I'm still trading futures is because I haven't given up yet. But I've taken breaks, right? I've had to take breaks. I've been forced to take breaks. I've lost all my money, which means you can't trade. You have no money, you can't trade. You know, that's the game. So it's definitely okay to take breaks. I have spent countless weekends after getting smoked on a Friday, back testing, studying charts, carrying around, you know, my notebook and, you know, making notes. I have found so many golden nuggets by reflecting back on the weekend after getting smoked on a Friday. You know, you get smoked on a Friday, maybe you've had a really good week and then end up you know, and then the market humbles you on a Friday, right? Maybe you've had a few good weeks and then the market will humble you on a Friday. And then you just know, well, I still have work to do, right? I still have work to do. Come on, let's get up there. Come on, a little more. A little more. Yeah, let's go. Bang, 99 points. So basically off that Harami candle. So 99-point banger right there with the MYM. So here's the thing. If you guys trade, so I don't just trade NASDAQ. I trade MYM. I mean, I trade, yeah, the Dow. I'll trade righty. I'll trade NASDAQ. I'll trade gold. You guys saw me trading gold yesterday. If I see the thing about the way the way I trade and the setups that I take with inside bars, Haramis, things like that, you can apply it to just about every instrument and look for those patterns, right? So basically, you know, we put in this Harami candle. Now, usually this is a reversal, but on MYM, Haramis are my favorite. Inside bars, not so much. You can see this inside bar worked really well, but inside bars on YM just don't work. But Harami candles work really good. And if you end up throwing on this indicator, Ed of the Woods Harami, where this is one of my subscribers actually made this indicator and threw it on the community indicators on Tradeovate for everyone to use. And if you throw that on your chart and then throw inside bars on your chart, now I'm not saying that this is the only way to trade. Throw inside bars, LDT, inside outside bars, and then just go back over the weekend, look at the charts and say, wow, like, wow, this inside bar really worked. These inside bars really worked, you know, or whatever. And just, you know, go on the 2-minute ES chart, say, look, oh, wow, these outside bars worked really good on the ES, you know. And if you're a newer trader and you're looking and you're struggling to find something that fits your style of trading, you know, give it a shot. Like I said, it's not the only way to trade. It's just a very simple way to get in and out of the market. You know, because your edge and trading strategies will only get you so far, you know, will only get you so far. And then, you know, the whole mental aspect comes in. Like I said, I lost an account this morning. You know why? Because I wasn't even trading my edge. I was clicking buttons. I fully admit it. I was clicking buttons and not following my edge. And sometimes it works and you get paid very handsomely. And then other times you're going to end up losing an account. And that's what happened to me. I had a very good week this week. I got multiple payouts. And then I got a little overconfident this morning in the non-farm payroll. I didn't account for the volatility and ended up losing the account very quickly. Very quickly trading my minis. So anyways, guys, you know who we have on a little bit later is Mr. Zinc, Mr. Initial Balance. So pretty cool dude, a fellow Mainer. So Mr. Zinc is actually a fellow Mainer like myself, which is really neat, right? So we got the Mainers are taking over MyFundedFutures TV. I don't want to say, it must be something in the water. I don't know. But yeah, so anyways, we got a few more minutes left. If anyone in the chat has any questions for me, feel free to ask. I'm an open book. We just took that beautiful trade. Like I said, I'm trying to get at least one trade in on the session for you guys. Caught that nice 99 points. MYM. Took out the ORB high. We still have the data candle up here. Looking very bearish. Do I play pickleball? No, but I do have pickleball paddles. And I have not even taken them out of the package because I ordered them on Amazon. And last summer I said, I'm going to play pickleball. And I haven't yet. So am I going to go for a mall walk this weekend? You know it. I'm probably going to go to the local casino, maybe hang out, get some dinner. I like to do that on Friday night just to kind of unwind. And that's what I'm going to do this weekend. And yeah, so after trading, I like to go and hang out there, maybe grab a cocktail and get dinner, hang out. So guys, I want to remind you guys, be very, very careful, right? So the volatility is here. It is non-farm payroll day. And, you know, you don't want to go in. If you lose an account, so be it. You know, try to walk away. Try to walk away on a red day, right? That's the most important thing. Try not to lose your account. Try to walk away on a red day. Keep a daily loss limit. That is something I didn't do today, is keep a daily loss limit. And you're going to find that when you come back Monday or Sunday night, that you're going to be way ahead of the game, right? So Mythological Man says, when I'm going to go eat moose poo again. No. Nuh-uh. We nailed the trade, Methodical, so it was the Pine Tree guarantee right here. Even the Tom Sable guaranteed one today, so we're on fire. No pressure, Methodical. We're on fire today on MyFundedFutures TV. Tom, Terry, myself, we're all nailing trades. Mr. Zink's going to come on and nail some initial balance trades. It's going to be great. Finding Myth should have a pickleball competition. Yeah, I know. We got to meet up. Methodical Man and I got to meet up. We're supposed to race our Corollas. We both drive Toyota Corollas, so we were supposed to race them. I already told him I took the back seat out of mine, so. Well, guys, I want to thank you guys for a great week. This is my first week streaming on MyFundedFutures TV full time. I will be here. Well, actually, I won't be here next Monday. I have no one's going to be. It's going to be a bunch of new faces here probably on Monday. I got an appointment I got to take care of Monday. The truth is, Tom, Terry, and I we're flying to Vegas. We're going to have a blowout party, but no, I'm going to be not here on Monday. But I appreciate everyone hanging out, and we have Mr. Zink on next, and I will be watching, guys. Initial balances. I love my initial balances. Peace, guys. Thank you so much for a great week. I'll see you next week. All right. Bye.
Good morning. Thank you. Got the stream all up. Beautiful. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for having me again. Thank you for the introduction, Pine, a fellow Mainer, if you guys didn't know. Let's get my screen fitted here. Beautiful. How is everyone doing this Friday? How are we doing? Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully everyone had a great week, had a great trading day so far. NFP is upon us. Smash the like, viewers to like ratio. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. All right, so some unfortunate news to start the stream is the initial balance has already been taken. We broke it at 10:31, but what we do have intact here, gold is still valid. So we can take a look at maybe taking a long on gold. Something that I will add in is gold's win rate for the IB. I did end up taking it twice this week. I took it on Wednesday and I took it on Thursday, yesterday. Pretty good win rate for gold. Today, maybe if we get a pullback, we can go in. I hope we get a pullback. Q's already took the initial balance. This one didn't really have a pullback for us to get into, but I'm going to explain my exact thought process. So I did have, if I can get it back here, there we go. I did have a price target at 669.66, and this one you guys should love. There is an initial balance for the weekly time frame. If you did not know, I just found this out this week. So the initial balance, I've usually had these draws on the chart. The high and the low that forms on Tuesday and Monday. In this case, we had the high form on Monday. We had the low form on Tuesday. That is your initial balance for the week. So this range that we formed Monday into Tuesday has a 98% chance of breaking on the following 3 trading days. Now, the downside is we barely missed it on SPY, and we barely missed the downside break today. We hit 669.77 for a low, and the low of the week was 669.66. So that draw, no longer valid. That is why I was anticipating a downside move, and then to follow that stat, when price opens outside of previous day's range, like we did today, you have about a 78% chance of going and hitting previous day's low. You guys can write down all these numbers if you want. I just remember these off the top of my head. These levels are for an outside day like today. These are the ones I have my draw set to. So we did have a draw to the downside, 669.66 on SPY. Q's did not have that draw because we already broke our weekly high. Monday's high we broke on Wednesday. So no draw to the downside there. What we will have today, and I do trade more than just the initial balance, believe it or not, we will have a draw to the downside and then right back up if we get a retracement into the IB. So the IB does have a continuation stat. It's called the IB by retracement. That stat calls for a retracement of 25 to 50% of the IB. And then once you hit that level, so for today, 602.24 is the level that I would be targeting on Qs. After we hit that level, we can anticipate a move higher. That's what I'm going to be looking for. Good morning. Good morning. How are we doing? You guys have any questions for me, drop them in chat as always. Love getting an answer to them. Based on Pine's little pickleball and Toyota Corolla racing, I do not drive a Toyota Corolla, but I do love playing pickleball. Check gold. I'm looking at it right now. If we need a retracement down to 471.09. The only downside to playing the IB on gold is that you have a monstrous, and I don't have it activated on my funded futures accounts because I don't really enjoy trading gold. I just practice with it. This is a massive risk. So if we go back over here, I'll cover what happened with these accounts this week as well. We'll do a little bit of back testing here coming up. This is our initial balance on gold right now. This is delayed 15 minutes, but this is the initial balance that is set. The high was just formed right there, 475.16. From the midpoint to the high, this is 40 points, 44 points to be exact. That means that you are risking at minimum $440 in the trade because it's 44 points with 1 micro. Not really worth it in my eyes. So just sit out on that position, just sit on that trade. And now I did take 2 payouts on the MyFundedFutures accounts this week, and then Tuesday hit. And Tuesday I slipped, and Tuesday was rough. The IB high formed first. The IB does lose, believe it or not, just like any other trading strategy, unfortunately. I didn't play it that well. I kept adding in, and it did not go in my favor. But luckily, it was right after 2 back-to-back daily payouts, so I'm not too upset by it. I am a little upset that I let myself slip like that, but it does happen. Jump back on the horse always. The IB high formed first on Tuesday. The IB low formed second. And we made a 340-point reversal after missing the IB low by 9 cents. 340-point reversal and went all the way up and broke the high. But I do have something exciting for you guys today. Drop a 1 in chat if you want to see this. And we're going to do a little back testing here. I'm going to show you guys a new variation of the IB. It went 4 for 4 this week. 4 for 4. Had a beautiful, beautiful success rate. Great return this week as well. New variation that everyone should be able to play regardless of the time zone that you're coming in from. Look at all those 1s flying in. I think you guys got enough 1s in there. All right. The Globex IB. We covered it a little bit last Friday, but this week we had 4 for 4 for the IB buy rejection on Globex. If anyone doesn't know what Globex is, it is the 6 o'clock, and we're going to cover it on MNQ because that's why I took the trades on this week. The only day that it did not work was yesterday. I want to add this point in as well. Do not trade the IB before NFP. Really don't trade in general before NFP. If you have some stats or are familiar with how stats work on prop firms have a crazy amount of money that comes in during the Thursday before NFP because of how usually god-awful price action is. So do not become a statistic on a Thursday. Avoid trading before NFP. It's not worth it. Now, last night, it is the 6 o'clock to 7 o'clock range. Same exact concept as New York. If the low forms first, you're targeting the high. If the high forms first, you're targeting the low. This was last night. Last night, we had no retracement on the IB, so no trade there. However, if we go back to each respective IB this week, do you trade the day before NFP? A little poll drop in chat. Thank you. Little stat before Globex IB. Again, if the low forms first, you target the high. If the high forms first, you target the low. Your entry is still at 50%. So 4 for 4 this week. Entry at 50%. We had the low form first. This is looking at Thursday's IB. Well, Wednesday night into Thursday. The low form first. High form second. I put a limit buy at 25,165. Immediately filled at 7 o'clock. And then had a beautiful continuation up. Hit the full TP at 25,190. So that's a 25-point move. I had 3 micros on that one. That's your Globex IB right there. And guess what? It even works on Sundays. So if you guys enjoy trading Sunday nights, the stat is for you. Another one, Tuesday night to Wednesday. Low formed first, right at 6. High also formed at 6. Entry was at 7 o'clock at 50% of the IB. Stop loss IB low, take profit IB high. This one almost hit the stop loss, but it did go up and hit the full TP. These are all trades that I took this week on the funded accounts. This one was a 50-point win. 52 points is what I ended up getting on this with 4 micros. It was $453. I'll go and look at another one. Make sure that you're able to play both directions of this because sometimes you are going to have a bearish bias. High form first into the low. Entry at 50%. Full TP hit by 7 o'clock. Even though this is the 7 o'clock candle, this is technically 7 to 7:15. The unfortunate part about this, and Ash did take this trade. I'm not sure if he's in the live right now because he is traveling. This trade, even though I caught about 40 points on it, I missed another 400. I'm not too upset about it. I'm a little upset, but I'm not too upset. You're not going to be able to catch the entire move. And then my favorite one this week. My favorite one. I was sick, so I went to bed before securing the full TP on this. Let's give Q's a little check, by the way. Did we retrace back down? Not yet. We need Q's to come down to 602.25 before we take an entry there. Gold also needs to come down to 471.09. And SPY just got that outside day reversal. So that is another 78% stat fulfilled. Beautiful. Sunday night. How many people were active for Sunday night? Sunday's Globex. 70% trade the day before NFP. That's quite a bit, actually. I didn't even answer the poll. Do I trade NFP? I do not. I do not. I'll add to that 26%. All right. Sunday night, we had the low form first. And I want to add in the average prop firm trader, the average trader in general on futures is in a position for no longer than 15 minutes. I'll say that again. The average futures trader is in a position for no longer than 15 minutes. That's your average position length, the average time that you're in a trade. Do not worry about geopolitical news, trying to time geopolitical news. Just trade the chart. If you're adding in another variable like trying to time geopolitical news or worry about geopolitical news or worry about what's going on in Iran, not going to help you. So for Sunday night, the low form first, 24,631. The high form second. Everyone and their mother was bearish, but the Globex IB. So your entry is the same as it would be for New York. Also, we're almost getting that retracement. Not a fan of how fast it's coming down. This is forming a little toppy candle right now. We'll probably put a thesis of a long at 602. I don't know if I'm going to play it because of NFP today. I don't like playing NFP. I like my 4 for 4 week. Anyway, Sunday Globex. Entry was right at 50%. It hit at 7 o'clock on the dot. This was a 100-point move up to Globex IB high. From 50%, this is your range. It was a 100-point move up from the 50, right up to that IB high, and then it managed to continue another 100 points after that. I don't really care about that 100-point continuation. That was a massive IB to play on Globex. So again, same concept, same idea, different variation. You guys can trade this on Globex IB. The time frame is 6 to 7 o'clock ET, 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. ET. Wait for that range to form. This one, you can wait for that 50%. I don't really front run it. I wait right for 7 o'clock. I think I did have one front run entry this week because I had a limit buy set. It happened to fill early. But for the most part, right at 7 o'clock, wait for it to hit 50%, and then you can let it run up to the high. And you can do this for all sessions as well. I haven't back tested the London session IB. I do believe it still works. London session is 3 to 4. We can back test it for Monday real quick. So you had your low form at 315, and then the high form second. This one almost got a 50% entry, not quite. It retraced back down to 24,552, needed 24,533. It's probably no entry on that. This was my favorite one for the week right here. It's beautiful. Appreciate Mr. Zink. Absolutely. Absolutely. Any discounts on the Flex accounts? Yes. I actually just got an email for this morning. Flex accounts you can get for $77 right now. The Rapids are my personal choice. I like the Rapid accounts. I like the 50K Rapids. Those are 20% off, 90-10 profit split, no activation fees, 100K max payout. There is no consistency on the 50K Rapids as well. I know that's a big selling point for a lot of people. No consistency on the 50K Rapids. Those ones are definitely my favorite for that. There's no minimum day profit requirement, no consistency. So you can just trade as you would trade. It's my favorite ones. Unfortunately, no retests on the IB 50 today. We could just we actually made a new IB high just before 10:30. The hardest thing to do in trading is not take a trade. Hardest thing to do in trading is not take a trade. Especially during NFP. I do not like trading NFP. No, I prefer the 50K Rapids. I like the 50K Rapids. That's what I have right here. These are funded. I like the 50K Rapid accounts because there's no requirement for minimum profit per day. And you can get a payout every day if you wanted to. I took 2 daily payouts this week on these accounts. I think I can actually, let's see. I'll go and show you guys. Hopefully it doesn't do it. There we go. So these are my payouts for the week. Right here. I took 10 payouts this week from MyFundedFutures. And they were all processed. This one was the fastest one. This was 8 seconds. Processed to paid. All approved. Everything was all set. And the last ones these were all daily payouts with the Rapid accounts. So these ones were my favorite. Once you get over the buffer, I will add, you have to make it to 2,600 on the accounts for profit before you can start taking a payout. 2,600 is the profit target. Did I trade live for those IB Globex? I did not trade live. I will moving forward this following week because I am no longer sick. If you guys remember from last Friday, I was pretty down. It only got worse over the weekend. So I took the week, kind of just relaxed. But I will be trading the Globex IB probably live starting next week. I'll at least do one live for Asia session. Also, I'll add in, you can trade the Globex IB along with Asia IB. So Asia is 8 to 9. So your 8 o'clock open to 9. This one did not work this week. I wasn't looking at it. This one would have been a failure, but you can still trade that 8 to 9 window. Still works. I think that one went 3 for 4 this week, and Globex IB was 4 for 4 with no entry last night. And the reason there was no entry, we do not chase trades around here. We don't chase trades. If there's no pullback, there's no entry. No pullback, no entry. London IB, I also haven't back tested that one. I think it worked this morning because we had our high form first. Yeah, so it did work this morning. High formed right at 3 o'clock. Low formed at 3:30. There's your range right there. This one even offered a perfect 50% entry. So this is your London IB. I'm sound asleep during London session, so I would not trade this just because I am snoozing away. Your high form first at 3, your low form second at 3:30. Retrace at 50% right at 4, so that's your entry. This one this morning would have been 25.82 for an entry, exit 25.33. So about a 50-point win on that, all in one candle, all in one 15-minute candle. Almost to that retracement point now. This is the IB by retracement stat, so we're almost at 25%. I think we took the same idea last Friday, and it might have been a loss. I'm going to be a little cautious with it. Again, I don't really like trading NFP. This is the thesis that I have going forward. Yeah, any London session traders in here? If so, you can also trade Globex during, not Globex, sorry. You can also trade the IB during London session. First hour. Abroad, first hour. The IB is the first hour of that session. So New York session, 9:30 to 10:30. Let's see if we get our bounce here, by the way. I'm not going to take it. I am going to theorize that it's going to go up, but I'm not trading it because of NFP today. I'm going to end my week on a high note. I had a very good week. Took those 10 payouts this week. Two sets of payouts, 2 sets of 5, but I'm going to end on a high note. Not going to try to take a trade on NFP, which again is the hardest thing to do. Hardest thing to do in trading is not take a trade. How do you use the overlapping IB like New York, Globex, Asia? I just don't trade the Asia IB. I don't think there's much of a point in doing that. The Asia IB almost always lines up with Globex. I just prefer to trade Globex. I've had a very good week with it. It's had very good backtesting results. So I just avoid Asia. I don't trade that one. Looks like we have plenty of London traders in here. So if you guys do trade London, this is your strategy right here now to try for the week. I keep saying Globex IB. London IB. So that one is 3 to 4 o'clock. If your high forms first, you're targeting the low. If the low forms first, you're targeting the high. Ideal entry at 50%. This one did give you your entry today. So you had your high formed at 3 a.m., low formed at 3:30. IB closed on that 4th candle. How many 15 minutes are in an hour? 4. So 4 15-minute candles. Entry was right at 4 o'clock. Exit would have also been within that same 4 o'clock candle. Here comes our bounce, by the way. Now, I'm not going to be looking for a gap fill. I do think that we're probably going to chop up for most of the day now. Also, same thesis for SPY. SPY is a lot weaker today, which is another reason I haven't really wanted to trade today. SPY was countering QQQ's IB all morning. The IB on Qs was strong. Gosh, what a bad voice crack. The IB on Qs was strong. IB on SPY was not. It's weak. Is there any discount for the 25K flex? Absolutely. And I think you can get the 25K flex for 77 right now. Normal price is 90, 95. For new users, 25K flex for just 49. Use code YouTube to get $77 a month for every purchase after your first. Might not be every purchase. I might have added that in. But code YouTube gets you the best deal. Gold has also almost retraced. So the thesis for gold here is going to be right there. If it can get down a little bit lower, the only downside to this is that it's going to be a 40-point risk reward, meaning that you're at the lowest ad that you could get. You're risking 400 to make 400. So just be mindful of that. Have you tried Globex for gold? I have not. I don't trade gold. Right now, I've been doing just fine with Globex and New York IB. And funny enough, I did not trade the New York IB yesterday because I did. I took an $82 loss on it, but it was better than the $200-something loss I would have taken. I took a $250 win the night on Globex, and then I took that $82 loss yesterday. So I ended up profiting overall. I need to remember not to trade the Thursday before NFP. I thought the IB would be fine. It was not. Look at that pump right back up, by the way. That is your IB buy retracement. Kind of wish I did take that long now, but it's okay. That would have been like 70-ish points, 80 points if I had gotten the ideal entry. Always working on the edge, though. Just got the W. Very good. Very good. That is called the IB by retracement. Kind of wish I had taken that right there. Did get a very nice push back up on both SPY and Qs. This one slipped a little bit further on SPY because it's weaker today, but Qs would have been a very nice. Let's see. Probably would have gotten an entry at 24,762. Definitely should have taken that trade in hindsight, but it's okay. Edge prevailed. Very nice long right there. Take that trade, Zinc. Take the trade. NFP, I hate it. That was like a 100-point pop. Coming in on 100 points. 120-point pop right here. Yeah. So I'm going to be looking for probably a melt up for the rest of the day. I don't think we're going to get the gap fill. We're still down 0.6%. Let's see. What is the... So half standard deviations at 606.43. We rarely hit that. It's like 50% of the time we go and hit half standard deviation. So we could hit that. I think price is probably just going to do this for the rest of the day. And then maybe if Trump wants to say something before close, we'll have a nice push back up. We'll see. Bro just closed my short because you said this was the IB by retrace. Went long when you said made profit on short, made profit on long. Nice job. Okay. Hey, you were in the stream earlier this week. Good to see you again. London time is 3 to 4. Yes, there was a retracement this morning. Your retracement was right there at 4 o'clock. The session starts at 3 a.m. These are 15-minute candles. So 3 a.m., that's 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 3:15, 45 minutes, 3:30. Your 3:45 candle on the 15-minute time frame is the one that closes out the IB. Then you put a limit buy order. So this one, let me make sure price isn't anywhere close. So this is what I would have done for the trade. I would have put a limit sell order, sell 10 limit at 50%, and then buy 10 stop at 25,128. So this is a 57-point trade from this morning. 47 points, sorry. That is how I go about trading the IB. And then once the order fills, then I also go and put in my buy 10 for the limit if this was a short. So that trade would have gotten in fill at 4 a.m. and then it had that continuation down. Is there any giveaways on the stream? I think we might have some coming out. We might have some forms coming out if you guys are fast enough. W in the chat for this analysis. Thank you. Thank you. That is the IB by retracement. I don't usually trade the IB afterwards. Sometimes I do. It's really just NFP today. I don't like trading during NFP. It's usually, statistically, that's when I have my worst trades and my worst days. Now, I think this is what price is going to do all the way until close. Friday is also, historically, it always has been, Friday is the worst day for retail traders, probably because it also coincides with NFP. But Friday is not, especially after lunch, Friday is not a very good day to trade. Mr. Zink, so you technically wait for the 10:15 candle for New York session to close because that one closes at 10:30. Perfect. Perfect. Yes. Exactly. I feel black coffee is best. You guys are talking about coffee right now? I don't drink coffee. I just drink water. How are the giveaways done on stream? There will be a form for you guys to fill out in chat when they do pop up. You guys have to be fast about it. I usually see 5 at a time pop up. I don't think I've seen them yet. Let's see, I'll scroll up until when my segment started. I haven't seen them yet. Actually, never mind. Looks like there were some. Maybe we'll do another 5. Very much wishing that I had taken that long. But it's okay. I'll go cry myself to sleep after the stream. Almost there on gold. Gold is almost to that 50%. You got pretty close. 471.72. Oh, look at that. We did have some from a previous session, but it's time for a new one indeed. You guys are, there you go. Holy smokes, look at all of them. 7, 8 forms in chat for the giveaway. You guys got to be quick, though. You got to be quick. There's some giveaways for you. Good luck. Nathan, what? You do get a belt? I don't know what that means. Why the name? I say this all the time, but it's okay. I'll repeat it. I picked my name because I played old school RuneScape, and you guys better be lucky. You better be happy that I picked this name instead of my Xbox tag. I played old school RuneScape since I was like 9, 10. My name on RuneScape is Mr. Zinc, and that's just what I went with my Discord ID. So that has stuck since the age of, I think my first name on RuneScape was like Smelly Ellie, because my dog smelled when I was 9. And then I changed it to Mr. Zinc when I think I was like 12 or 13. So this is a name I've had for a long time, very long time. But it's a video game name. I still play RuneScape, yes. Old school RuneScape. I still play. Zinc, I don't know if you've said this before, but did you trade something before the IB, some other style? I did. It's called the London 50. That's my own model. So I really enjoy playing 50% reactions. I used to just slap a 50% move on everything and look for where the reaction was. So the news move we had this morning, 8:30 down to our low of day, that's right where we bounced off that 50%. So that's how I would have traded it back in the day. It all kind of still lines up with what I trade now. But I still use the London 50. It just doesn't work as well. London 50 is your London high down to your London low, which our London low is at 9 o'clock this morning. And then that gives me a bias. If we're below London 50, it's bearish. If we're above it, it's bullish. So we are technically bullish now. And then I look for reactions, which we did have some rejections at London 50 there. You could have definitely played a short at 604, and then your profit would have been at 601. Now I prefer trading trends. So I like trading in the direction that price is going. Qs has been inherently strong today. So I prefer playing upside for the remainder of the day. Cartoon Future said, you always win if you fill out the next to last. No one ever fills that one out. Everyone's racing for the first one. Did I try RuneScape Dragon Wilds? I did not. Yeah, so funny enough, I don't know how many. Drop a 2 in chat if you guys are familiar with old school RuneScape. If you've played it before, probably won't die down until our generation is so cold. The Grand Exchange and RuneScape is what got me into trading. Funny enough. If you guys have ever played old school RuneScape and you know about the Grand Exchange, it used to be just people trading. Now there's like a localized economy in RuneScape. That's what got me into trading. Selling Rune Skimmy 40K. Yep. Grand Exchange is very much so a live market. It is. So I guess technically I've been trading since I was like 9. Old school RuneScape came out in 2007. I did play RS3 for a while. That RS2, RS3, that one was when I was 9 to 10. Which would have been 2009. So I played it 2 years after it came out. I was just a wee lad. And definitely not taking any trades now. We already got our retracement on the IB. I'm a little regretful that I didn't catch that slingshot. I probably would have entered. Obviously, this is all coming hindsight, and everyone's a perfect hindsight trader. I probably would have entered at about 765 to 770. I would have slapped probably a 40-point stop loss on it. So I would have just barely stayed in the position and then maybe capitalized on. I definitely would have sold early. So at most, I probably would have made 100 to. So that would have been a 25-point move on 2. Probably $200 is the most I would have made on that trade. It is sad that I missed it, but now that we are rotating to the afternoon session, not really that interested to take some trades there. Did RuneScape feature the IB? I don't know. I should go back test it. I should go look at the Grand Exchange has the IB present. I covered this last Friday. The IB is not my own design. I've just gotten really good at trading it because of the way that I slap 50% on it. The IB has been around since 1982, I believe. His name's Peter. Can never pronounce his last name. Peter Steinelbeck. He invented the IB, the initial balance, in 1982. So it's not like I created my own trading model with the IB. It's been around for over 40 years, almost 50 years. I feel like Dow is still short. Let's see. Let's go YM. Nope, Dow is long. IB's already broken on the Dow as well. Let's see. Yeah, it's already. Dow is still long bias as well. Who remembers the trend stat that I dropped a while ago? I think it was one of the first segments I had in here. I say it pretty routinely as well. When price is trending, it has what percent to continue trend? What percent chance to continue trending in that direction? Does anyone know? %. When price is trending in one direction, it has an 80% chance of continuing that trend. Only 20% of the time price reverses. So if we have a long bias, we're very much long right now. We've had one red candle today on Qs, and that was the opening candle. It was -8 cents. Very much long bias today. Even though we're gap down 0.7%, I wouldn't really focus on that. I'd focus more so on the fact that we're reversing up. Also, whenever we have news, whatever side of the news wick hits first. So in this case, our news wick high was 605.48. We weren't even close to that. News wick low, 598.81. We swept the news wick low at open. That means we should be targeting the news wick high, which is what we just hit. Obviously, again, this is all in hindsight. But any time you guys have a news wick high and low, whichever side gets hit first, you usually proceed to the other side. Thanks, Mr. Zink. Just made $100 on IBES. Very good. It's so crazy how everyone trades so differently. You need to make trading work in your head. So my trading model isn't going to work the same for you as it does for me. Even I can try to educate you as best as I can on how I trade. You need to find your own rendition of a trading model that works with the way that your head's wired. Everyone's head is wired differently. Some people learn tactically. Some people learn through visual cues. They learn through losing over and over again. Everyone learns a different way. Everyone's brain works a different way. So use your advantage. Your brain works a little bit better than mine in some aspects. Mine works a little bit better than yours in some aspects. Use your brain and the way that it's hardwired to find your own trading model, your own trading strategy. Even if you want to take the IB and manipulate it and say you want to take entries at 25% instead of 50, or you want to use the IB for a bias and then trade that bias, whatever rendition of this model you use, make it work with your brain. Exactly what Mr. Smith just said. The 0.61 fib retrace on IB. Have you backtested it? I don't use it. I'm not going to use the 0.618 fib. That's something for you to go and look into and understand whether price works at that level or not. Gold getting closer. Is it almost there? It is almost there. Needs to inch down a little bit more. And then we can go long. It's almost down to 50%. 1-to-1 is the TP. Yes. Yeah. You can, you don't have to worry about your risk reward. You also don't have to worry about your win rate. The only stat that you have to worry about for trading is your profit factor. That's it. Your profit factor is the only stat that matters. Your profit factor says for every dollar you lose, how many dollars you win. So as long as your profit factor is over 1, you're technically a profitable trader. If you have a profit factor of 2, let's say you have a win rate of 30%. Even though your win rate's 30%, you have a profit factor of 2. That means the 70% of trades that you lose, you only lose $1 on those trades, but the 30% of trades that you win, you make $2 back. That's how to read your profit factor. Many good traders, and you guys can find this by going on to really wherever you want to watch a professional trader. You can see their stats most often. You can have a 1-to-1 risk reward if you have a win rate that is over 55%. That translates into a profitable trading strategy. My win rate is about 78 to 80% right now. Anyway, I'm sure it will go up and down as we trade more this year. With a 1-to-1 risk reward and a 78% win rate, that's more than profitable enough. Now, if you trade negative risk reward, like some people I know, Trader Ike, he trades a negative risk reward. He has like a 90% win rate, but the 10% of trades that he does lose, he loses like 2,000, 1,800. Even though he only makes 200 on the trades he wins, because he has a 90% win rate and his risk reward is negative, it still works out to having a profitable, a positive profit factor. What does IB stand for? Initial balance. It stands for the initial balance. You have to remember with stuff like the IB, the probability is always conditional. The probability of the IB hitting the target is lesser if you're entering off the 75% IB compared to the 25%. Yes. Yesterday is a great example of that. I did not take longs on the IB yesterday, even though the IB high formed second, meaning that we were targeting the IB high. I'll go to where the IB closed yesterday. This is what our IB looked like for Thursday, March 5th. Granted, this was also before NFP. We don't trade before NFP. I'm not going to take longs right here. Even this is like 80% of the IB. I'm not going to go and take a long on this close and target all the way up to that high and have my stop loss be here. I'm not going to go and hit a 7.5 risk reward on that trade. And you can see that after this played through, we broke the IB low. So this would have been a loss if I got tunnel vision and wanted this massive risk reward because it closed all the way down at like 85, 90% of the IB. Better off just not taking the trade because it's more likely that it's going to go and take the low. Now, the reason that I get my entries at 50% is because that gives me the best possible odds for one, a one-to-one risk reward trade, and two, that's where you're going to find your most suitable odds for, let's say, like what you just said, 75% chance that we go and hit 612.76 or a 25% chance that we go and hit 607.41. Technically, price is always moving at a 50-50 variable. So even if I do enter at 50%, baseline, I have a 50-50 chance of going to the high or the low from 50% of the IB. Now, if I can add in the fact that I know if the IB low forms first, then I'm targeting the IB high, that might move it up from 50-50 to 75-25 or 80-20. So that's how you use stats in your favor. I'll go ahead and leave that recording. So my anticipation for price moving to the afternoon now is most likely just going to be this. I think we're probably just going to pit her out for the day. I don't think we're going to do anything fun. Yeah, IDR is the, I think he tried renaming the IB. It's still the IB though. How can we use smaller stop loss with the IB? There's not really much of a way that you can use a smaller stop loss that I've discovered anyway. You can definitely, I always at least go in with 1-to-1. So if I enter a long position right here, I will always have a 1-to-1 on that risk reward. The reason you can't really decrease your stop loss is because if you're entering at 50%, and this is with my model, obviously, if you're entering at 50%, your stop loss for the IB should be the invalidation of the IB, which would be it breaking the opposing direction. If you put a stop loss at like 25 points or 25% of the IB, let's say, yes, that does increase your risk reward to bullish or higher. Bullish, what am I saying? I've traded too long. It does increase your risk reward to 235 as opposed to being 1-to-1. However, you can have price go and dip down to your stop loss and then go and take the IB high. And technically it's still a valid IB, but you got stopped out because you didn't have your stop at the right spot. So the only instance would be if the IB closes underneath the 50 and you can manipulate it like that. I haven't found a way to decrease the stop loss in the IB though. So that's just my finding. Again, it's going to work different in everyone's head. So go and manipulate the IB, use it differently, use it this way, use it that way. Find a way that it works with your head. And that's going to be your best way of being a profitable trader, finding your own model. W day, guys. Yes, W indeed. Even though I didn't take anything, still very happy to sharpen my edge. I wish I had taken that long, but now next time it pops up, I'll have a little more confidence in taking it, even if it is on, no, never mind. If it's on NFP, I'm not taking it regardless. Not taking it. No entry on that, though. Which time will... Huh? I think Stefan, obviously, he's not going to go live tonight because there's no Asia session Friday night. I think he goes live at 8 on MyFundedFutures. Stefan usually goes live at 8. I'm not sure what days he goes live, but I know if you check at 8, you'll be able to see when he's live. There's no Asia session on Friday nights, though. There you go. Abhishek, thank you. 8 to 10 ET from Monday to Thursday. Do you take the IB trade from low to high when the IB closes below 50? Yes. I took the trade on, I actually have an example of this. So for MNQ on, what Globex was it? Wasn't there. Right here. I took the entry even though price closed below 50%. As long as it's not closing all the way down at like, for this example, our IB low was 24,670. As long as it's not closing at 24,676, 6 points off the IB low, I'll take it. This one was marginally below the 50% of the IB, so I was okay with taking the trade right there. But you don't need to be too picky about your entries for it. Too picky of the entries at 50%. How many times per week am I live? My segment on MyFundedTV is Friday, 10:30 to 11:30. But I do trade outside of that on my own. Obviously, I don't just trade one day a week. That was a good one, we up. Funny. We've already had our retracement on the IB. That was this wick down at 10:45. I think for the most part, it's probably just going to pitter out for the day. Friday afternoons are historically bad for continuations unless there's news. And we can just go to last Friday for a very quick example. This is typically what happens with price action on Friday. So this one, almost identical today, honestly. IB low form first, IB high form second. We did get a trade last Friday on SPY at least. But after the IB was done, and we even had the same exact 1045 retracement last Friday. Retraced, popped back up to IB high, and then absolutely nothing for the rest of the day. Absolutely nothing for the rest of the day. This is usually what happens on Fridays. And we can even go back to one more Friday. Let's take a look. Oh, the Friday before, another one. IB high broke. We had that 1045, 1030 retracement, and then no movement for the rest of the day. Do not become a statistic. If you guys are not comfortable taking a trade into the afternoon on Friday, it's one of the worst days that you can get lucky. It's one of the worst days that you can get lucky. Not that luck should be associated with trading. You do need a little bit of luck, but definitely not on a Friday. If you guys are enjoying the stream, make sure to drop a thumbs up. We're 2 away from 200 likes. Very nice. Or subscribe to the channel. I will be live again next Friday. My segment runs from 10:30 to 11:30 Friday afternoon. Friday afternoon. What am I saying? Friday morning. Luck is both good and bad. Luck, you do need a little bit of luck in trading. However, if you only rely on luck, that's just teaching you bad habits, and you're going to reinforce bad habits, and you're going to continue to rely on your luck and have your bad runs. So no Jack Sparrowing it. No, not unless you have the compass. If you have the compass that Jack Sparrow has, then trade however you like. You will always hit a winning trade. If you don't have the compass that Jack Sparrow has, if you've seen the Stranger Tides, Pirates of the Caribbean, when he loses his, or Dead Man Tells No Tales, I think it's that one, when he loses his compass and he no longer has any luck and he immediately falls in a pile of pig crap. That's you trading with luck. That's you trying to trade with luck, I should say. You guys have any other questions for me? Does it work on currencies? It does. It does. The IB does work on currencies. So I do have a regular. His name's Pit T. He trades it on, I think, the euro. I'm not sure what euro USD maybe. Yeah, there you go. There's your IB on the euro. So you had your retracement right at 1045. and this is Euro to USD. You had your retracement at 1045, and then it ran up to the IB high. So you can trade the IB on currencies. It does work. It does work on currencies. Gold is almost at 50%. If it doesn't get there, then no entry. The reason that you don't want to enter early on gold, especially with how big the range is today, you're at 50%, you're already going to be risking $400 on one micro. One singular MGC is going to be a 50-point risk up and down. If you increase that risk, now your reward's probably 300, your risk is 500 if you enter right now. You got to be patient trying to wait for it to get to 50%. But yes, to answer your question, and anyone that does enjoy trading currencies, you can trade the IB on currencies. You can trade it on Forex. It works. It works with Forex pairs as well. This one would have been an almost immediate profit target as well. So your entry was, let's go down to the 1 minute for it. Your entry would have been 1046. Your exit would have been 1104. So about 18 minutes, give or take a few seconds. That's quite a few people that don't trade Forex. Forex and currency, the same thing? Yes, sir. Gold is trying to get down there. Can't quite get that flush that it needs, but it's almost to that entry. I will continue to say it all day, actually. It's going to be, if you find it difficult, you need to step away from your screen. Not taking a trade is the hardest part about trading. It is incredibly, I could easily go on to Tradeovate, go and type in 100 micros and go and market buy right now and hope that it goes in my direction. Not trading is the hardest part about trading. So if you find that difficult for you, if you find that that's the most difficult part about trading for you as well, you need to physically separate yourself from where you're able to enter a trade. Forex spread and slippage. Hey, we're trading futures here. I was just answering his question though. It does work on currencies. All right, we are wrapping up on the end of the segment. We got another minute and a half. If you guys have any last minute questions, slip them in. I'll try to answer them. If you guys enjoyed this segment, drop a thumbs up. I will be live again next Friday, 10:30 to 11:30. Maybe we'll have to top the 8 accounts that we're giving away today. Yeah, no problem. If you guys learned something, all right, drop a 1 in chat if you guys are going to be trying out the Globex IB. You learned a little something today, drop a thumbs up. The IB remains goated, even though we didn't take a trade on it today. It was a very good retracement down to 602.21. Look at everyone that's going to be taking the IB come Sunday night. Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you for that link, Abhishek. Oh, he's going to be trading the IB come Sunday night. Thank you for the amazing lessons. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you for having me. All right, that will conclude my segment. Next up, we have Myth and Bull Barbie. Hopefully they stay hot. I did not get a trade out. It is what it is. But I will see you guys next Friday. Have a great weekend. Have a great rest of your session. Peace out. Charts go insane, you know, legend just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her, stops freeze and profits obey when these two trade.
What up? Good morning, everybody. It's just me today. Barbie said she needed a vacation day. I don't know what to tell you. She needed a vacation day. So she took the day off. Kind of rude, huh? Kind of rude, but that's what she did. How's everybody doing this morning? We are taking along here. We got still a data wick on the NQ up there at 908. It's kind of being manipulative. I think it's going that way, but it is just not there yet. So let's see here. One thing. So it's kind of one of those things where we know kind of where the market's going, but unfortunately we don't really know how it's going to get there. So we don't really know how it's going to get there. Do I play pickleball? I've played it before, Corb. I'm not very good at it, but yeah, I played before. We have played before. Barbie decided she's taking a little break. She needed a little 4-day, 5-day weekend, 6-day, 7-day weekend. You know, it is what it is. So we did have a bit of a I don't know what you call it. A bit of news, I guess, overnight. We did pass our MyFundedFutures account yesterday, so we are officially in a funded 50K flex account. Let's go. So this is the funded flex account. So we want to try to build this up if we can. I'm green on all my accounts today. We took 140 point win or something earlier, something crazy like that. So let's go. See if we can squeeze this up here, guys. We had the data high 894 on the MNQ, but it's at 908.75 on the NQ. And remember, if you're doing your charting, you really want to pay attention to the NQ, not the MNQ, because the NQ is the one that matters here. That's the one that makes the most, that has the, it's the one that you should be charting on. Equal highs, equal lows, data highs, data lows. You should mark those out on NQ. So I faded you. I don't know, Pine Tree. What'd you do? Were you short? I took some shorts this morning too. I mean, it was wild. The open this morning was wild. I mean, look at this wild open. I mean, it was just crazy, just ripping back and forth. And like, these are not small moves. You're talking about 100-point rips up, 100-point rips down. I mean, just insanity. So you're red. That's all right. Guys, remember, new users on the 25K Flex account, just $49. Use code YouTube, $77 for existing users for the first month. So I don't want to do anything too crazy here. I do think the drawn liquidity is up there at 908. But one of the things that we don't know is how we're going to get there, right? You have no idea. We have no idea how we're going to get there. So that's kind of the problem. So I don't want to, do anything crazy. The volatility is pretty high today. So I might kill this trade and kind of re-enter. We'll see. We shall see. I don't want to do anything crazy here. Could get a job for QVC, possibly. We might revisit the lows, Dave. That would be super, super manipulative if we did that. Now, I'm not saying it can't happen. It can, but that would be super manipulative just because you kind of have that. I mean, we came within, I don't know, what were you, like 10 points from the data high? Yeah, not even that, 8 points. So wait for the edge. Extraordinary Barbie she's just taking a day off. That's all. She's just pampering herself at the local beauty salon or something. I don't know. I'm not sure what she's doing. Yeah, Koa, MNQ did take it, but NQ did not. And so again, NQ is what matters, right? In this scenario. And not to mention ES is nowhere near the data high. ES's data high is all the way up at 68.05, I believe. Yeah, 68.05. So ES is definitely the weaker of the two indices right now. So I'm still looking for the push here. I think we get it. It just really, it just depends on how we get there, right? So just depends on how we get there. I'm long in a couple of accounts here. So if they both took, or if none took them yet, then it might have been less manipulative. Maybe. I don't think M&Q taking it means much. NASDAQ, traditionally likes to trap people who are chasing the data high once it kind of gets up there. And it's exactly what it did. I mean, you look, we came up to 893 and then we had a 140 point pullback. And then we pushed up to 900 and now we pulled back another 110 points. So that's what it's doing. It's just trying to like trap people. So yeah, I'm not really interested in any shorts here. Could the shorts play out? For sure they could play out. So no, M&Q does have more volume, but your charting should always be done on NQ. That's just my opinion. That's the way that I do it. So I think that's probably true. But yeah, I mean, you could, whatever. I chart on both. I pay attention to both just for that reason. So that's a nice, good candle there. I don't know what it is, why we're getting that candle. ES above 70 here, probably get that quick run up into 77, 78 area, potentially. Let's see if it kind of squeezes. Pamp it. Let's get a little pump going. Yeah, Revan, we have giveaways. We do giveaways every single day. Every single day. I am in bigger size over here on this account off stream. So I'm going to cover one off stream at the 70 and see if we can't get that continuation up there. Let's see if this thing can go. Barbie looks different. She does. She's much cuter today, isn't she? Let's go. Let's go. If someone's using CVD, what's more accurate? I have no idea. I mean, I don't know the answer to that question. I have no idea. Again, ES back at that key level there around that 69 area. If it gets above 69, we can get this squeeze going pretty quickly here. That's what I'm looking for. I'll probably, if we get a clean close above 69 there on the ES, we'll consider putting the stop in here because we don't really want to see it come back once it kind of gets above there. We want to see it just get a little continuation higher. So that's what we need to do. What happened with the other link? No winners were announced. I don't know what to ask Abhishek. Let's see what he has to say there. This has manipulated up in this direction a couple of times and then just not been able to get through there. What it's trying to do is trying to shake us out of the position and then go without us. It might be able to do it. I'm trying my best not to allow it to happen, but at the end of the day, it might be able to do it. We don't know. Come on, let's get up through there. I want to see ES with a clean close above 69 here. That's going to make me feel a lot more comfortable about the trade. Let's see if we can't get it. It's really wedged between the VWAP and the 69 level right now. So new 5-minute candle coming up. See what that does for us. My screen has frozen. Okay, now we're back. I froze for a second there. I am thinking about, okay, all right. Well, I was going to consider taking this off, but now we're starting to kind of move. Huh. Do we hold this? What do you guys think? I want to see this thing just go. Thinking about looking for a little ad here potentially. Could put a hard stop in as well. Diamond Heads says PineTree. I don't know, man. I don't have them today. And I'll explain to you why I don't have them. We are currently up $195 already on this account, so I don't want to do anything to jeopardize said profits. But I do like the drawn liquidity here. I think it's solid. Above the high here, I'm going to put the stop in. All right. I want to see expansion now. Really want to see expansion. It's probably going to manipulate back down and stop me out, let's be honest. But I would like to see some expansion here. We closed above the 69. So why do you trade so much more discipline when you're down bad? I don't know. Probably because you don't want to blow the account, I would imagine. That probably has something to do with it. Come on, man. This is just... All right, we're probably going to get stopped here. Yep. The thing is, like, it's so annoying because I know it's going to go, but I just don't know when or how it's going to get there. I really don't know. It's the difficult part of it. Difficult part of it. The software glitch is sometimes the real book being hammered. Could be. Yeah, Barbie took the day off. She took the month off, the week off, the year off. I don't know. All the things. I'm going to probably switch over into like 10-point scalp mode here. I think that's what I'm going to do. 10-point scalp mode. The difficulty here, guys, is that I have I'm already at $200 in profit on this account for the day. This is a funded account. $200 on the funded account is my daily goal. So I don't want to do anything crazy. So we don't want to do anything crazy here. I think 100% this is going to 908. 908.75. Now it may not hit it on the M&Q, but I think this is where we're going up here. And for a matter of fact, you know, we'll make this the Bull Barbie guarantee. Spoke to her earlier. She said if this doesn't hit, she's gonna come on the show wearing a shiesty on the next on her next visit to the show. Her next session, she's going to come wearing a shiesty. Yeah, everybody know what a shiesty is, right? Now let's lower this down about 3 ticks just in case the M&Q doesn't hit the 908.75. So wait for the high and the low of the candle. Had the glitch reworked? No. It's going to go now that it took my money. Now that it got me out. Well, it didn't take my money. I mean, it got out for profit, but let's be honest. We left some on the table. Guys, if you haven't hit the likes already, come on, man. What are we doing? Likes are free. Likes are free. Hit the like button. We got currently, what do we got right now? Are we over 200? We're at 277 likes. Let's push that up to 300. This is going to be very, very manipulative, guys. I mean, like, it's going to be so tricky to hold. Like I said, I am still in it over here on another account. Just kind of looking for it to go there. Oh my goodness. Oversizing on gold. I do that at night, Ethan. The pre-orb today did not pay. So what happened with the pre-orb? It pushed. You can see we opened up. Wait, where's the pre-orb? Here. We opened up here at 928. We pushed out 50 points. And then we pulled back and tested it. And then on the pushback out, you got the 2R. Now I took it off at 1R. So I made like 150 on it today. So I did make 150 on the pre-orb today, but I could have gotten much more. So, oh, I just heard the cash register over here on this other trade. Here we go. Now we're squeezing. Hey, the X-winner, Vault 6900. Congratulations. Google form winners. Listen for your name. Angel, NYC 1994, 4925K. Shadtrix, KTM, KT Mash, AVR Dream, 143. Make yourself known, or you know what the deal is. Make yourself known. What do I do here? Hold on. I'm trying to see if I can, what do I do over here? Okay, I don't know how to do it. We can just do it this way, I guess. Looking for that 90775 area. Let's see. All winners here? Awesome. Let's go. Congratulations. Again, I'm still in it over here on my Ninja chart, my Ninja Trader trade. Looking for the Bull Barbie guarantee up there. Looking for the guarantee. Squeeze it. Oh, reroll times 4? That is insane. Holy cow. Well, where are you guys at? You fill the forms out and, hang around to win the account? That's crazy. That is crazy. ES getting a hard rejection off that 76 area. Come on. That's what I'm telling you guys. This is so difficult. Such a tricky spot. They already Voltron or someone I can't remember the name. Someone was there. Somebody won on the X giveaway. I don't remember who it was. So we are coming into the macro here in about 2 minutes, the lunchtime macro. I mean, look at this thing, guys. It just does not want to push through there. Just doesn't want to do it. Probably going to get it here on this run now. Do I chase this? I might get max punished if I chase this. Turn your heads. There we go. 10 points. I'll chase it. Come on, Bull Barbie guarantee. Let's get in there. What in the world, Lucky Aces? That's the kind of comment that's just going to get you timed out, man. You can't say stuff like that. Come on, dude. Oh. Okay, the reroll. Trader Jose, Cranston White, Q Escar, Deadpool. Are you guys present? Up $224 now on this funded account day 1. Funded account day 1. Let's go. Can we hit the Bull Barbie guarantee? Let's go. We're hitting the macro here in just a moment. That should maybe take us through there in the next 10 minutes. We should get through the 908. So, guys, we got the re-roll there. Did we still not get people in here? Are you guys not claiming your account? Well, if you don't hit the like button, guys, you're not lucky enough to win. You heard Barbie was doing Tom's chores, probably cutting the grass, sweeping the floor, that kind of thing. Abhishek is here. Let's go. All right, guys. The Bull Barbie guarantee is on deck here. It's about to be taken. It's about to be taken. Let's see. I wonder how the orb did today. Let me look. How did the orb do? So the bottom side of the orb never did it. No, it never triggered. And then the upside did trigger here. Oh, we did have a pullback. The orb was pretty small today, was it not? Oh, 120 points. Looks like it might have got stopped out if you had a 50% stop loss. Boom! Target field over here. The Bull Barbie guarantee just smashed. Hey, if you didn't take it, I don't know what to tell you. I took that trade from the bottom to the top, $1,454. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. And also, guys, we do still have open interest higher. I don't know if this is, when is this marked out from? I've got a previous day close and an open up here, but I think we hit that yesterday. Did we not? I think we did. I'm going to go back and revisit these areas from overnight. Where was I don't know where the previous day close and all that was from last night. I don't have that marked out. Let's remark it out. For some reason, I didn't mark it out on this chart. And I'll show you guys what I did on gold last night. We absolutely smashed gold last night. So previous day close, 25.010. I marked it out wrong. Right there. So let's mark it out. Yeah, we went 10 for 10 last night on gold. 10 for 10. And then the open, where's our open price? 1575. So I don't know if those were the levels that we had marked out or not, but all right, let's get back over here. Might have been. All right. Yeah, it looks like those might have been the levels. I don't even know. But we had to make sure. Bull Barbie guarantee absolutely smashed. Are we re-rolling again? That's insane. Chicken Trader, Arthur Mock. Are you guys here? So let's check out. Where's my gold chart? Here's gold. Let's bring gold over, take a peek. So on gold last night, we took, we had an obvious ledge here, like right here. Look how obvious this one was. And then we created another here. So I took this ledge here on this wick down for a long. It paid immediately. Then we took this one. So created it here. This red candle retested it. We took that one. And then we also took this higher one here. You see the higher one, retest, bounce. So those were clean. Those were the gold trades. I scalped this area many, many times. I took probably 4 trades off this ledge. So really, really nice. Nice night trading gold there. So we finally got all the winners here after 27 re-rolls. All right. Again, guys, ES did not take out the data wick yet. ES did not take it out. I do not like SMTs with the data wicks. I don't like SMTs with the data wicks. So I still think we fill the gap. I still think we push on up here. That would be my lean for the day. Yeah, I don't like using the SMTs at the data wick. So again, ES's data wick is still sitting up there 60, what was it? 85, 95. Where was that? 05, 68.05. So still another 40 points to the upside there. Another 40 points. This is a pretty big death candle though. You could say you could consider a short. I would just be difficult. I would just be careful. Just be careful trying to short here. Could get you trapped. maybe wait for like a bigger time frame, either like an inversion or a bigger time frame trend line getting broken or something. If we got like a death candle close below like 820, then that could be like your first sign that maybe we're going down. But until then, I still believe in the buy dips mode here. I think that that's probably going to be the play. Just probably going to try to trap the shorts here, probably. Am I trading all day? No. I did yesterday, and I shouldn't have, but I did. That's how I passed the MyFundedFutures eval yesterday. I passed like 3 accounts yesterday trading in the afternoon, but I normally try to avoid sitting at the computer in the afternoon because I don't want to find myself pushing the button when it's not necessary. So looking like an inverse head and shoulders on the 15. Yeah, I mean, I could kind of see that. Also kind of same type setup here on the 5-minute as well. I mean, if we're looking at the 5-minute, they're very similar. Potential M pattern on the 5-minute. It's not going to take you all the way back down to the low a day, and it's not very clean, right? But you do kind of have like a smaller one. I mean, obviously that's not an M. That's kind of that bat symbol that we were talking about yesterday. But if you did it from here, so it might take you like back down to that level, 775s. That was the previous day low. Previous day low potentially, to kind of fill out this range back to the downside a little bit. But I still would be looking for longs. So what would I need for a long here? So let me just kind of think out loud here. What would I need for a long? I need a manipulation candle lower, maybe sweep this low, and then we'll look for something back up. That probably takes us to about 50% of this total range. It takes you down to OTE if it sweeps this. So that would be what I'm going to be looking for longs. I want to really stick to the A+ longs since I'm on a funded account now. I'm not going to be, you're not going to see me just willy-nilly jumping into stuff. That was kind of a easy chase that I took earlier. That's why I took that chase. So that's why we took the chase. What are you asking there? H trades? I'm not sure. Guys, if you want to enter the X giveaway, again, 1 entry on X per day gives you the entry into all the giveaways for the day. All you got to do is share or repost the stream on X, tag MyFundedFutures, and use hashtag MyFundedTV in your post. 1 share per day makes you eligible for all 4 giveaways. Winners are contacted via X. So what we kind of want to see here is one of 2 things. We either want to get a little bit of a death candle, sweep some liquidity, trap some shorts, squeeze back higher, or let's build some structure above that 908 that gives me the idea that maybe we're going to push into the 25K. So right now, is there anything about this structure in this price action that says we're going lower? Not right now. Nothing to me says we're going lower. And I wouldn't even consider shorts until ES runs the data high. I really wouldn't. SPY looks like it's rejecting the bottom of the range we've been in since October. Kind of optimistic that we fill the gap and come back into the range. It could, Bushido. It very well could. So guys, we're going to try to make it to pay out on this account. I'm trying to mostly trade it in front of you guys. Again, up $223 on it today. So if we find another spot that makes sense, we will take it. If we don't, we won't. Pretty simple. Keep it simple there. Don't do anything crazy. Because our draw liquidity pretty much, like, you know, it's done, right? We took the 908 level. That was where we knew price was at least going to go to once we kind of got once we broke out of this choppy range here, had some expansion. Then we kind of had the idea once we kind of get close, you get within like 80 to 100 points, you know, that's kind of where you're going. So once we get that, we get that idea as our draw on liquidity, and then we just kind of stick with it. I mean, if ES, again, I mean, like, to really consider shorts, ES has to be below 67.40. It's so far down there. No real news to kind of think of for the rest of the day either. So in my opinion, we'll see. We need to, if we can get above 82 on ES, I think that would be a very good sign for the bulls to kind of take over for the rest of the day. You sharing X every day for a year and never win. Well, I mean, it's all right, Jip Smith. You'll get there. You'll get there. Why not? Oh, you're in Nepal? Yeah, I go to Nepal twice a year. I have a condo there. Just kidding. Anybody know what movie that's from? I think that's where he goes, right? Isn't that what he says? He's a kind of condo in Nepal or something. I don't know. We'll see if anybody remembers that movie. Kind of an odd part of the movie. Yeah, share it with Tom. Nobody knows the movie? Dang. Monsters Inc. No. All right, we'll give you some hints. It has Ben Stiller and Cameron Diaz. Thank you, Goot. Appreciate you. I have no idea, Mr. Smith. Nobody knows it? Holy smokes. Man, we're starting to get a little twitchiness here. No. Something about Mary, yeah. Something about Mary. It's when he's trying to win over Mary, not Ben Stiller, but the other guy, the investigator guy. I don't remember his name. He pretends to be an architect. He says he's got a condo in Nepal. Oh. Anyways, I thought that was a pretty funny movie. Rice and beans. Beans and Franks. No, he says beans and Franks. Bushido. Beans and Franks, I tell you. All right. Anybody green today? Everybody green? Or are we red? Are we green? What do we got going on? We got faked out a couple of times. I tried the short this morning before we kind of closed below here, and I got stopped out for losses on an eval. And then I did switch. I switched long here, look for the breakout. I was up probably 40 or 50 points, didn't take profit, and then I switched long here. And then I did not stop myself out, and I just waited and held it for that. Finally, that pushed through. So, mixed snail pine tree, let's go. Yeah, funny part of that movie is when he zips himself up in the bathroom. He goes, and the stepdad comes in. He goes, "How'd you get the Franks above the bean, or the beans above the Frank?" Oh. That's a good candle for the bulls here. Let's see if we can clear the 82 on ES. If we clear the 82 and build some structure up there, I will look for longs again. I think that's going to be our sign that ES is going to go to the 6805. So, bad day for you, Jip Smith? Well, listen, give yourself a mental break over the weekend, and come back Monday refreshed and ready to start it over again. Goot, I do trade full time. I don't have any other businesses currently other than YouTube. I don't make money. I don't live off my money from trading, though. I'm trading better now than I have in a while, so I do expect some payouts really soon. But we've never pretended to live off of our income from trading. We don't do that. We keep full transparency on my channel. So Goot, affiliates, that's where, and then that sort of thing. My girlfriend's gotten some payouts, so there you go. She's supporting me right now. Exactly, Keith. Exactly. Yeah, my girlfriend's gotten 4 payouts since December, so she's doing really well. We don't trade the same. She trades a little differently than I do, so. That's right, Bushido. Don't let them hold you down. She trades inside buys. She might. I don't know. All I know is the payouts keep coming, so. They don't show up in my bank account, though. I'm still scratching my head on that one. Anybody else have that problem? Max should be getting some payouts soon. Yeah, Max takes 2 payouts a week, or two trades a week. So, is my girlfriend Tom Sabo? Nah, it's not Tom Sabo. Not Tom Sabo by any stretch. So, yeah, NQ Futures. The problem is, the problem with it is like we're supportive of each other, but when one or the other blows an account, you kind of give each other crap about it. So now, right now, we do have an SMT at the high, guys, and we do have a bit of a death candle here. I would need a very, very heavy close, maybe down into like the 820 area, 820 at least. The problem with this candle is a lot of support down here in the 800s. A lot of support at that 800 level. So this is going to be very, very tricky for a short here. So we'll see. Midday arousal could be. Oh. Again, we got the 21 EMA sitting there at the 838s on the 5-minute chart. This could just be a trap. This could be a bear trap here. So I'm going to stay on the sidelines. I'm just going to watch it, but I'll outline it for you guys. If you want to take it, it's up to you. But I am not taking it. Because, here's the thing. Very, very steep trend line here, right? Very steep trend line. And look at all this stuff. We have initial balance high, 21 EMA, 50 EMA, pivot point, all this stuff right in here at the 800 level. So this is what makes this kind of scary. I mean, look at what we've done. Now, we do talk about the 3rd and 4th test of an area. Maybe this time it gets through there. But this is one I'm probably going to bypass. Lunchtime, too. So it could be a lunchtime reversal. You don't really want to see this close up here, though. For this to be kind of an idea of a short, this needs to close down at the 820 area. You need to push on down here in the next minute. Otherwise, it's not really a valid idea. Now, we do kind of have this obvious wick down here as well that I kind of like. So I'm not going to take it. But if you do decide to take it, your obvious levels of take profit are going to be 803, 788, 752. So how to come across another trader as your partner? Odds of that are low. Goot, I did not. She learned trading from me, watching me. And yeah, it's all about being interested in what your partner's doing, right? If I'm trading, typically if your partner, is a good partner, they're going to show interest in what you have interest in. So whether it's a TV show, whether it's a hobby, things like that. Punisher, I got trapped too in the shorts earlier. You saw that. So, but yeah, it shows you a lot about your partner if they're willing to kind of take up your interest as their own. So I know someone else who has a partner like that, but I'm not gonna say anything. I'm not gonna tell you guys. So you can see, to me, that's a dirty, dirty close. Goot, she didn't learn fast. She's been trading for about a year or so. She's given up on it many times and then came back. So she finally started finding some success. It also gives you something to talk about, right? I mean, although we don't talk about trades all that often, like I said, we still do. It's nice to have somebody to talk to that understands what you're talking about. For the most part. She sometimes will still be like, I don't know what you're talking about. But she's got 4 payouts in about a year, Goot. Yeah, starting in December through now. So, yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. It took me about a year to get my first payout as well. It's not bad. Trying to get your girlfriend. All right, nostalgia. We'll see. So the short did trigger there, but like, is that a close that has to be confident in this break of structure? To me, it's not. Now, I will say ES kind of has a decent, I mean, ES already kind of looks like it wants to go down a little bit. The spooky thing about this is shorts have been trapped all day, number one. And number two, ES did not take out the data wick up there at 68.05. I hate SMTs with data wicks. I don't use those. I don't know what you guys' thoughts are on that. I like looking for the SMTs, but I don't like using them with the data wick. So, guys, if you are interested in coming on the show as a guest or even maybe as a host, we do have some links that get dropped in the chat occasionally, or on Twitter or X. You can jump over there and fill an application out for that as well if you want to do that. And remember, as always, the best code for the best discount on MyFundedFutures is going to be YouTube, as always. Anybody taking the short? PineTree, are you taking the short? I'm sure PineTree's taking it. Smash the like button. Let's go. Did we hit 300? Now, here's the thing. If ES loses the 67.60 area, there's not really anything down there until the 40. To me, the 40 is the line in the sand. So, Bushido, you're moving to Hawaii? Nice. Awesome. Lost Morty's in the short. Let's go. From 912. I like that entry. That's a fantastic entry. Wow, you almost shorted the top. Good job. What made you short up there, Morty? Was it just because we ran the data wick? Or you knew that as soon as we hit the Bull Barbie guarantee that we were going down? You were like, Bull Barbie's levels are on point. And so as soon as we hit that level, we're going down. Maybe that's what you were using. A CVD divergence. I got you. Long on gold. All right, I'll take a peek. You got me. You got me. Here's the thing. I don't trade the ledges on gold during New York. I will say that, gold closes at 2 o'clock every day. You could start using these ledges after 2 o'clock because it slows down enough for it to work. So you can see we kind of had one here. I don't know if it paid 5 points. 7. Yep, it did. So yeah, we just hit a ledge here right now. It already paid 5 points. I would just wait until after. I like to wait until after 2 o'clock on that. Manipulation. Max is getting a little grumbly over here if you guys didn't hear him. Bull Barbie top tick. Exactly. Now, here's the thing. We get a second red candle close here, and it gets below the 50 EMA. Now, that's kind of the fullness of a candle that I was looking for here. That would give me the idea that we're probably going to sweep the 788, the 803, and the 752 potentially. But this candle's not very big. So I don't know if Max is giving us a short entry here or not. He might be. You could have a relatively short stop on this short opportunity here if you did take it. And see, that's not a great close in my opinion. I wanted to see it really close heavy. That candle's less than half the size of the previous. It's kind of showing that maybe momentum to the downside is just not there yet. I might lean more towards a bounce play here than a short. So No backdoor trades today, Cartoon. That's right. None. Yeah, this is just I mean, it's a spot where shorts could definitely pay. I mean, if you're short from up there in the 900s, obviously you're already getting paid. But I don't know. This is just a scary spot. I don't want to put risk on here when it's not necessary. So price just does what it wants. You're not wrong. It definitely does what it wants. Goot, you can come over to my channel and ask me that question. I'm not going to talk about it here. I have no problem telling you, but yeah, come over to my channel if you want to know the answer to that. All right, that's a good candle. I would probably scale some at 803 here if you're in it. And look, as quickly as we said, that's a good candle. You see what happened? She bounced. Holding the 50 EMA for now. It's basically trading the move after liquidity is taken. Yeah. What up, Trev? How you doing today? Getting a little bounce there. Well, pretty good bounce, actually. That's kind of the danger that you run into. That's why I didn't want to put any more risk on there. I mean, look at that. Is this going to be a wick eater, Treff would say. All right, NQ Santosh, done for the day. Let's go. $300 likes on the dot. Appreciate you guys. We did close below the 21 EMA on the 5-minute, but we're holding up at the 50 for now. This could be a yeah, this could be a push right back up. I mean, look at it. Feels like it's trapping. Feels like it's trapping. All right, let's see how this candle closes. If this is a bullish Harami, that's going to be a bad sign for the shorts. Bad sign for the shorts. What up, Matty Matt? Not a good sign for the shorts, depending upon how this candle closes here. I think we're going to get a nice pop up into the 860 if this candle closes just like this right here. Really good close there. Oh, you didn't F around and find out. Let's go, Matty Matt. Touching grass was a great idea. New 5-minute candle here, 15 seconds. Again, if this candle closes like this, I think longs are in play here. At least up into the 60 area. Very, very good close. It is touching the 9 EMA. Touching the 9 EMA there. Not quite sure why I canceled my order there. I was looking for it to take 8 off. Did it touch the 60? Didn't quite get there, did it? Nope. We're trying it. We're trying it here. Can we push into the 60? That's the question. Back to that 21 EMA here. It's kind of the line in the sand here. It needs to bounce. I might just kill it. We did take 8 off already, so even if this hits the stop loss, it should be pretty close to a break-even trade. A little bit red. Considering reducing risk here, I'm going to do it like this. I think that's fine. If we can get that, it'll leave us with 4 to kind of get a little run going. Gamer, what are you doing on gold? I'm going to be dropping a video this weekend on the gold strat, guys. Now, why does it keep doing that? I don't understand what's going on there. It keeps taking my orders off. All right, took me out of 1 there on the run. I don't understand why it was doing that, though. All right, we're going to scale out of this a little bit at a time here. Stop is in here to break even. Retest of the trend line there on the 5 minute, so could get stopped out. We'll see. We're looking for a bigger move up here just simply because, like I said, ES did not. We're looking for it to trap the shorts, which it's trying to do. It's not done it yet. And then we're looking for that bigger move up to get ES to take out that data wick up there. So anybody else decide to take the long there? I'll pull that back over, guys. You see the stops at 37. It's at break even, so can't lose on it. Looks like it might get stopped break even anyway here. I'll probably scale 1 more at 90 if we don't get stopped here. Okay, I got stopped out. Stopped out on the runner. It's you know, it's kind of sad, but it is what it is. Now we got a direct trend line retest here. So now let's think about this from a bear perspective. You really want to see this candle kind of close really heavy if the bears are really going to take over and we're going to take this thing down. We retested that trend line, did not break it, couldn't get through there. But that Harami did pay there. Little pine tree Harami there type setup. My YouTube handle is Methodical Man, no underscore, just straight Methodical Man. Mythological Man, that's right. Who said that? Was that Ash? I think that was Ash. Oh, goodness. Oh. Yeah, Melvin, it's been kind of tough. It's been kind of tough action. You can find spots. That's the reason why I'm not taking the trade on the funded account, guys. We're up 223. Like, does it really make sense for me to take more trades on that account? No, my daily goal is 200. So I mean, is this a spot? Oh, man, this is so tricky. I don't like how that 5-minute candle closed. But this does kind of got the look like it now wants to take out the 803 area. It took out 803, kind of bouncing there. Got a pivot point there. That is where we kind of bounced earlier. One more shove down should maybe take it down to that 88.90 area. And then that's going to be the line in the sand. Beyond that, we could flush hard. We could flush hard below that. Or it could decide to trap again and just bounce. Kind of creating an idiot box here, right? Bottom-ish of the range right now. So let's see what happens. I don't know what's going on with the Ninja today. It keeps taking the orders off the chart. So let's see what happens at the 88.75 area, really 90. If it can't get through there, then it's probably just going to bounce, go back up. If we can break through there with some momentum, I think that the downs, you know, the shorts could pay a bit, but it's really just, we don't know yet. So you can see we kind of hit this little 5-minute ledge here. We're holding up there, getting a little bounce. One more shove down should maybe take out the 88. And then we got kind of an obvious wick down here at the 52 that looks like it could be the draw, but we'll see. Shorts, maybe. Yeah, Max is over there sleeping. Well, no, he's not asleep. He's looking out the window. He's just chilling. He's just been quiet today. So he's just hanging out, not doing anything, being a good dog. He said he's just being a good dog. That's it. So ES swept the low one more time, guys. This is exactly what it did a minute ago. Swept the low and then just ripped higher. Well, actually triple bottomed earlier. We do got Matt coming up in about a minute and a half. It's kind of the question here. Does this thing, I don't know. Such a tricky spot trying to figure something out here. I mean, like, you may as well just sit on your hands, call it a day. It's just such a tricky spot. Again, a lot of support in the 800 level. A lot of support. If we break this support level, then I think we can get a nice little run lower. The problem is, even if you run this wick down here, you still got that to get through. So, and ES did not run the data wick up there at the high. So, I don't know. We'll just let it play out, see what happens. That's all you can really do. I mean, this is almost the exact same looking candle that we had here, right? Just huge wick on the bottom. It's not going to close green, so that might be a good sign for the bears. We'll see. ATR is pretty decent today. Good volatility. All right, here comes the candle close. Guys, if you haven't already hit the like button, subscribe if you're not yet subscribed. Do appreciate it. As you're jumping in here, Matt should be here in just a minute. Again, Bull Barbie will not be here again Monday as well. It'll just be me again on Monday. So you guys will just have to endure me for one more day. All right, that's a decent close on that 5-minute candle there. Not a bad close. The next shove should get us through that 88. We'll see. 812. Just got to get back below this whole number if we're going to finally get that push lower. Why are some candles white? Those are inside bars. So it prints white when it prints an inside bar. So it's just a candle that didn't break the previous candle's high or low. That's all. Guys, that's going to do it for me. Hit that like button if you haven't already. Subscribe. We'll be back to Monday at the same time, same place. And we'll catch you guys then. Enjoy your weekend. See you next time.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were here. Oh my gosh. What time is it? Is it lunch money with Matt time here on MyFundedTV? Guys, welcome to the stream. Thank you for being here. Friends, family, coworkers, traders. How y'all doing? Welcome, Rock. Welcome, Rocket Scooter. All right, I've got one of the most heartbreaking tales to tell you about last night. As you see, I am now $219 richer in my trade. I've had one of the craziest journeys in this challenge. And last night, oh boy, let me tell you something. I shorted last night with the biggest short I've made in the challenge account ever, with the suspicion that last night's or yesterday's end of the day NASDAQ bounce up was just a IV crush play leading into non-farms and Friday expiration in this Iran war stuff. So when the market opened up and we went right up to yesterday's close, I built a short. I shorted like about maybe 20 contracts and I went upside down and I shorted 40 and then it fell and then I closed 20, then I had 40, then I went up there, then I got, so I was basically like minus 20, minus 40, minus 20, minus 40, minus 20, minus 50, minus 40, minus 50, minus 40. And the whole way up, I was losing money, adding, subtracting, adding, subtracting, adding, subtracting. I was about 50K in the hole with the position that was as big as it's ever been in this challenge account. The biggest 60 contracts was the biggest it's been in the challenge account today. I was swinging for the fence and I had 60 contracts short at the highest side of this because I knew with like a 90% certainty that I would wake up with the market below DD bands today. I just knew we weren't going to rally into non-farms. I just knew we weren't going to rally into the Iran war. I just knew that the market would be somewhere close to here. It was trying to sell off there, but they brought it up here to give it room to fall into non-farms. That's exactly what I thought we would be doing. And the thing was it was going up and going up. So I was basically down like 20K and then I broke even. Then I was basically down like 20K, then 30K, then 40K. And I was willing to lose 100K on the trade. I was, to make $1 million or $500,000 on the way down. Had I held the 60 contracts from here to where I woke up, would have been about $500,000. But we don't like to say we coulda, woulda, shoulda. But I will show you the P&L from the night from hell that I am now green $219 on that round trip trade. I was right, but I had the market squeezed against me in this weird volatile environment. This is from last night. Here's the P&L of just that one day. I was down about 30K before I broke even. So about here is where I broke even. So I was basically like averaging and I was down 30K, then I broke even and I jumped into the 60K and then broke even again. Whenever it dumped at about 2 in the morning, my time, right here is where I closed everything out and said, man, I'm just going to go to bed. I'm tired of fighting this. And it looked great. So after this, I was like, all right, you know what? It's not selling off, and I don't know what it's trying to, but it keeps popping up. Keeps popping up. Finally got the dump. Fuck this, I'm out. And I closed it out. Saw this, and I'm like, thank God I closed it out, because man, I just could have been upside down. I could have lost $200,000 today. I wanted to finally swing for it. But then I woke up to getting what I wanted. So when I got on stream, I was down about 10K, and then I've worked it back up to flat. So as you see, that's the P&L. This is P&L before fees. So I went down, broke even, went down, broke even. $2,000 minus the commissions, net $219 that you see on the screen. But what a day, right? I almost took 50K a drawdown. But then when I finally got the play, that's what I wanted. And I was willing to hold. And the trade was not just because I just had a hunch, but the trade was really because of this yellow line on S&P. I was telling myself, we're going to hit that and reject. That was it. I was like, I'm going to hit this and it's going to reject, and I'm going to allow myself 50 points. Sorry. 50 points of range to maybe play in. Like, I'd be willing to bet 50 because I think we're going to fall 200. That's what I told myself. And it could be 4-1 if I'm right. And we fell all the way down to about 100, 67.20 from 68.50. So we fell about 130, but I did have that suspicion that I was willing to take about 50 points on this. And so I was about halfway willing to the loss. So I was going to lose about 100K total. Had this gone another 30 points and this gone to here, I would have been down about 100K. But I was willing to take that trade. Either case, once I got the flush and it just chilled there at the same opening price that we supported all night, I'm like, whatever, I'll just take the loss. I'll just walk away with this. So I closed out relatively flat. On a position size that much, 10K is about flat you can get. Showed up down 10K. The two trades I made on the stream walked me to even. So the first thing that I did this morning was I made two trades today. The very first one was shorting, I believe, right here and taking a profit. And the second one was shorting right here and taking a profit. And I haven't done anything since. So I made it back into 5K plays really quick. And that was it. But man, I'm going to tell you, I had that suspicion. I knew it. I was like, it's not going to rally in the non-farms. As a matter of fact, we're going to open, pop, and drop. I envisioned this in my brain. I even envisioned that we would go to lower lows off of yesterday, just like we saw here. Exactly my thought, that we would have a wick that was at a lower low. And so from here, all I'm waiting for is a higher high to short from. As always, I never short from consolidation. I never short chasing in the lows. I think at the end of the day, we will close below non-farm. We came out as a huge miss, right, on this particular day. And I can't even be unhappy because I've had such a tremendous gain last week and this week. I'm getting very close to the 1 million mark. The challenge hopefully will conclude by the end of March. Maybe I can be there. I'm not going to swing that big in this volatile environment anymore, but man, I was so convinced that that was going to be the play. I was like, we're going to hit yellow line and we're going to fall off and we're going to retrace back down to these lows and be exactly here for non-farm. And I was exactly right. But that's okay. Spilt milk, nobody cares. Never coulda, woulda, shoulda. Don't ever think that, because then it'll affect the way you train the next day. Just pick up and move on. But today we hit the non-farm, so some really bad news, huge miss on that. And then we dropped. So what that tells you is the market was not foreseeing that effect or that amount. So therefore, where we were before the event is somewhere we're not going to close above today at MOC. So when the market closes, we're closing below 6,800, no matter what. I would be 100% surprised if it got anywhere even close to that. If it shoots above that, I'm going to also short it very hard to close below it. I might hit it 50 contracts again. I am 100% convinced that we close below here because that's bad news on top of bad news. And that's what we're seeing. NASDAQ was getting close, but I didn't take the short from here. I wanted it to complete an overshoot to short it back in. Greater bear market is also another reason I was trying to short this still. The greater bear market has a bearish resistance on the monthly maps, which is Rocket Scooter's bigger resistance play. With a ratio, bull bear bias ratio less than half, we call it DD ratio, then bear zone top is resistance. On NASDAQ, the bear zone top is 24,880, right? Or 24,870 right here. On the S&P, its pivot is here. S&P's is here. So the greater monthly resistance on the S&P is right here. There is almost zero chance that it closes above there. Anything above here, I'm shorting back below here. Does everybody understand my play, chat? Does that make sense to everybody? There's no reason that non-farm news on top of the war is going to somehow turn to be a bullish surprise. We might get a run into expiration. I'm going to short it right back down below here. You understand what I'm saying? There's going to be a little bit of volatility today because they're, crushing IV premiums and stuff, IVs, so they can crush premiums in the close. But that was the same approach I had on NASDAQ. I think my NASDAQ 870 is like, oh, here it is. Yeah, so the bet is that we're going to close still on the bear side of the market, which is actually right there, the longer term bear side. And it looks like it's doing it. Now, do we find lower lows? It's very possible, yeah. If at the market we have a big green candle somewhere in here, I'm shorting it right back down, 100%. That's my Power of Personal account. Yeah, so remember, it's all risk and reward. I was willing to risk 100 to make 4. That was my thought last night. I was like, with 60 contracts times 20, it's $1,200 a point. So every 100 is 120,000. And we fell like 400 points. I know. I was ready to swing it, baby. I was ready to swing it. Oh my God. But that's okay. I'll take the $219 and we're good. Back to the grind, I guess. But today was nice. Like I said, I did 2 really solid trades, 2 shorts, and they both brought me back to neutral, which is good. Way up on the account, like overall, I think overall, I'm very happy with my performance because it's been a very tough market. And lucky for me, I've managed to just, markets are volatile. One of the things you have to know is that it is going to swing through your pivots a lot, especially if you're taking the short side. When markets are volatile and you're taking the short trade, typically, and now this is the bad way to think about it, but in a scientific sense, if you hold long enough, you'll eventually be right. That's the secret to shorting. Being able to survive long enough to ultimately be right. The market is volatile when shorting. It's going to go all over the place. The one thing you don't want to do is hold long enough while markets are crashing to the long side because markets can continue to fall really quickly. Volatile markets are choppy. So given enough time, a market will pass lower through your pivots. So keeping in mind that I'm very forgiving in short markets, I allow myself smaller positions and wider ranges to trade to catch that volatility. I don't ever jump in and say, okay, I'm in 50 contracts short, let's go. No. But longs all the time. I'm in 50 contracts long right here, right now, let's go. Longs aren't that volatile. I'm very willing to grab a pivot, take off with it. Shorts, I'm like, let me build a trade over a range. And as it pops against me, let me add. And when it drops down, let me subtract. And when it adds, let me add and subtract. I fought this all night last night. I think I looked on stream. I think it was like between yesterday and today, I think I traded like 300 or 400 contracts. That's how much I was rolling that position around. Am I going to catch any shorts on this pullback? I don't chase shorts in the pullback. What I'm going to do today, like I explained earlier, is I'm going to let this market do what it's doing here. The trading day is over. I think we close below here to finish out the day, and I think we close below here to finish out the day. So anything that goes to here, I might frame a small entry level short like I did earlier. And then if it pops up to there, I'll probably short 20, 30 more to bet from there to there. So I can get the 4 on the pop. I can add 30 to get a cost basis here and make the trade there. I did this earlier. I was going to do 4 and 20. Now I'm going to do 4 and 30. Actually, I was going to do 4 and 16 to make it to 20. I put 4 on the trade and then it just took off and I took profit. So my original trade was putting a little bit here and a lot there to bet that we close below there. So now I've got both bases covered. If the market just hits the bear pivot and sells, I made a little bit. If it pops to it, I can make a bigger trade on the way down. Yeah, but I'm not going to put a bigger short on this because it's expiration, right? I don't think it's going to crash and find lower lows today. And oil, 10%, right? Y'all see that? I was talking about oil earlier. You know, I started off my journey as an oil trader. My first 5 years of trading, I started off doing bank stocks for a little bit, but I quickly switched over to trading oil very early in my trading career. That's what I was doing. So if there's anybody you know, and it's been a while, but I think I'd like to say I'm a pretty qualified oil trader. I've been through it all. I know what it is. So if you have questions about oil, feel free to ask. When somebody said, remember earlier in the week, you know, maybe oil can pull back, I might short it. And I don't give investment advice. I was like, just think about what you're saying. What makes oil go up in a period of war and conflict in the Middle East is that. And when it starts moving on that, it does not turn around until you get defining evidence of a ceasefire or something. You're going to need to see Donald Trump, literally for oil to stop rallying, you're going to need to see Donald Trump tweet something that says, we're working out a deal with Iran. And then you hear that, oil will drop 10% a day easily. It's not, I bet this is the high. This is where the gap is. This is the technical high, the gap fill. Let me short it. Commodities don't give a crap about your charts. This is a great lesson if they want to clip this. Commodities do not care about charts. The mechanic of your oil or your gold or your silver have almost zero to do with the highs and the lows and the fair value gaps of the charts. They do not follow charts. These contracts are following spot prices, which are the real-time prices based on the supply and demand of that commodity. People needing to buy gold or needing to buy oil or needing to transport oil are not looking at these charts to make their decisions. Their business is dependent on just that. So unlike the S&P and stocks where they pivot more likely on this like speculation and Fed and all that stuff where we can guess where the value of a company is going to be, the value of a commodity is so different because it's a tangible thing that's bought and sold every day and used every day. There's a whole infrastructure that goes with it. And as soon as you kick off the war machine in the Middle East, here was after 9/11, dude, oil just goes. And it might have some local tops, but ever since 9/11, which was here, this area, once we kicked off Afghanistan and Iraq war, I mean, oil rallied for 7 or 8 years without turning back. So don't think that, you know, and again, you can try to guess local tops off the chart, but oil don't care. Look at this. There's no, like, you want to short every high? There's your high. No, you're taking some heat before you're wrong. Here's your high. It just passed right through. Like commodities, I'm telling you, I learned that charting is useless in commodities. Look at this. Oil hits the top, walks right through it like it's not even there. Oil hits the top, walks right through it like it's not even there. Here's the top, oil hits the top, walks right through it like it's not there. And like, you know what I mean? You're going to have a very hard, here's the local top, oil just walks right through it. You're not going to see charting support and resistance on a commodity that also has different contracts trading month to month. This is a continuous contract, which is pricing together the front months together. Contango, backwardation, all these things are going to affect where that market pivots. You're going to have a hard time finding it. It took the actual stock market crash to finally bring oil down from $150 down to where it is. And then even after that, just retracing that move took it up to $100, and that created the shale oil boom we saw in the mid 2010s. Here, let me just kind of go up to here. Oil fell all the way down to $26 from about 150. I mean, I remember that like it was yesterday. I started making my early trading fortunes shorting oil back in here. The Saudis were crashing the oil market to keep us from competing with them. We fell all the way from, again, this was sitting at 110 to 120 for a while. And we fell all the way down to $26 at the low. I was there. Right on the moment, 26 on the dot. And then we pivoted up. From there, the low was found here. I think the very first OPEC rate cut was actually here. I remember I was on vacation when that happened. So I think this was it. OPEC cut rates for the first time. It was only by 1 million barrels that they announced, OPEC announced a rate cut, and we rallied for like 3 days and we stuck there. Then we sold and then rallied back up. I think that was the cut. And then all we did was listen to the large amount of supply is what crashed the market. And it brought us back down to normal levels, which is where oil should be. Adjusted for inflation, $40 is about what it's always been. So this is pretty common. Now, towards the end, around 2016, 2017, oil started picking up some steam. This is because of China. So around, 2018, there was rumors that China was going to invade Taiwan because they were stockpiling oil in their reserves, and oil rallied off of this Chinese buying. We also tried to enter the oil market back here because Obama lifted the export ban when he was the president. So before that, we could only send oil to Canada and Mexico. United States couldn't export oil anywhere else. This has a lot to do with the crap from like the 70s and the shortages and, and essentially like maintaining energy superiority here instead of exporting oil and having shortages. So we locked down. But then once we got wind that China was now industrializing, it's very rare that you get third world countries with 1 billion people in them industrialized and need to have modern amenities like houses and cars and electricity, and they're going to grow. And I think that's why they were stockpiling their reserves. But back then the chatter was like, China might invade Taiwan. China might invade Taiwan. And Obama's going to let it happen. And then when Trump was elected, people were like, oh, well, maybe Trump will keep it from happening. That was the chatter back then in the oil world. Why is China buying all this oil? What just happened? They were just rapidly industrializing. And so at this time, you saw oil leave its $40 comfort zone to $75 just because a big country was buying a lot of it. So you see how oil is just moving, not based on charts. It's based on specific events. When Obama lifted the export ban, we knew that China was going to be buying. Intel all said that. And so we lifted the export ban so that we could ship oil, our crappy shale oil, to countries that don't really care environmentally like we do or like Europe would do with very strict environmental standards. You can sell very nasty, dirty, like impurity heavy crap oil in new refineries in China. So we lifted the ban so we can capture China. The Saudis played a power play by flooding the market with oil supply to crash prices to kick us out of the game so that they can get China as a client. So when you stare at charts, shale oil, when you stare at the charts, you realize that commodities are a giant geopolitical power play, and they're not trading on your gaps and bullshit. Like Saudi Arabia just pushed a button, got everyone in OPEC. We're not cutting rates. We need to get America out of the market. We need to up our production. And then they just decided to crash the oil market on their own. You see what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I think this is where they cut rates. I thought it was here. I think this is the first rate cut, which was here. But China was here. Then we had the April catastrophe, which was, we all remember that, right? When oil went to negative. This had to do with a really, really strange, interesting phenomenon surrounding post-COVID issue. Stockpiling. The April 2020 oil contract had a negative carry cost of $40. Therefore, oil went to that particular contract went to negative $40. Basically, when that happened, again, this has nothing to do with charts. The explaining this one was kind of fun. Carry costs, right? It's the cost of shipping and holding and transporting oil. Say you got a barrel of oil that's worth $40. And you have oil coming to you in a tanker. There's a tanker that you have a contract with that says, you must buy my oil, buddy, for $40 a barrel, and we're sending it to you. And you look at him and go, yeah, but the world shut down due to COVID. We're not really running our refinery. Our people aren't there. Our tanks themselves are full, and we have nowhere to put it. And every storage tank in town that new refiners and people in that situation started jacking their prices up. Ooh, I have storage space and you need to store the oil. You have to buy it from him at $40 a barrel, but you have nowhere to put it. And you can't not buy it because there's a contract. You're in breach of contract. So I'm going to jack my prices up and charge you more to store it. As a matter of fact, it was costing $80 a barrel to store $40 worth of oil. So that negative carry, that's what that was. So you had to buy the oil at 40, then you had to store it at 80. You had to accept the $40 net loss per barrel, and that's why oil fell to negative. If you want to know the interesting thing about that. But again, it had nothing to do with the charts. It's a weird mechanic of post-COVID lack of storage for oil, right? And I even followed it in that time, but it was kind of really fun to see that day the oil contract went negative for the first time I've ever seen it happen in life. We've never seen such a heavy negative carry on oil, but it really takes the entire global infrastructure to shut down for that to happen. Pretty neat. You guys like the history lesson in oil? So what's happening now? Saw somebody the other day ask me, I think I want to fade this. And then I say, why? And they go, I think it's going to fill the gap. And I go, instead of telling an investor what to do with their money, since I'm an unqualified random nobody on the internet, don't let me tell you what to do with your money. Please don't. But allow me to coach you to use your own brain to think about your investments as you're making them. Well, because it's breaking highs and I wanted to fill the gap. I think it's at 76. I want to fade it to 67. And I feel like charting has poisoned a lot of traders into making logical decisions about oil. I've already proved to you that a war in the Middle East rose oil for 7 years, and we were actively campaigning there for more than a decade. It took the financial crisis to crash oil. So think of it like this, right? I just want to challenge a person to use their brain. I was like, why? Well, because it broke highs, I think I'm going to fill the gap. And I'm like, so before giving you guys an oil lesson, this is just to prove to you that commodities like oil and gold, there's a lot going on behind the chart that you probably don't know about, right? So all of this power play, right? It's a really cool story, right? We're going to lift the export ban so we can sell to China because we think they're going to invade Taiwan. They're going to buy a lot of oil. They're industrializing. Everyone in China is going to have a car in 10 years. And ooh, they don't have environmental standards, so we can sell them our shitty $105 break-even barrel from back in North Dakota that nobody here will process because it'll poison the atmosphere here, but China don't care. Cool, let's lift the export ban and sell it to them. And then Saudi was like, ooh, Saudi Arabia was like, no, we can't let the Americans beat us to the punch. We need to capture China as a customer. Let's crash the oil market. Let's orchestrate this massive maneuver amongst the OPEC countries and crash oil. The fallout of that cheap oil issue was that they basically collapsed us in our tracks. Thousands and hundreds of thousands of jobs that were building around that infrastructure got canned overnight. Pretty crazy, right? Anywho, that's what makes it move. That's what makes commodities move. There's so much that's going on. Don't just, when you're trading oil, you're trading gold, you're trading stuff, unless you're paying attention to that degree of what's motivating a commodities move, do not stare at a commodities chart like you'd stare at a stock chart. The liquidity and supply and demand of a stock chart is very straightforward. People are going to buy a stock if they think it's going to go up, and they're going to sell a stock if they think it's not. It's all speculation, 100% speculation. You own a thing because you think it's going to go up. 100% of the ownership of stock market is speculation. 100% of the commodities market is not speculation. You have producers. You have people that are buying and selling those contracts because they need the oil itself. They need the gold itself. It's not speculation. It's called production. The production side of the world, they call them producers. People that buy the commodity, sell the commodity, transfer the commodity, store the commodity. They're going to have contracts to remain in business. If I have a contract with you as General Mills, the cereal maker, and I'm a wheat farmer, I have a contract with you to sell you X amount of wheat every month. But what if I have a drought and I no longer have wheat? General Mills doesn't go, oh, it's okay. You know, they go, fuck you. Where's my money? Where's my wheat? They don't care. It's a contract. If you don't pony up, they can sue you. There's a penalty and you're in breach of contract and you risk losing them as a supplier. So or as a customer to you as a supplier. So to maintain your contractual obligation, you go buy contracts that circulate in the market. People think trading commodities is like trading a stock. It's literally somebody's contract. It's a contract to supply something to someone else. that contract that you have, I will sell you this much and you will buy this much, is what circulates and we trade. So people go on the open market and fish out those contracts just to fulfill their obligations. But because of a physical reason, they might need to do that. A lot of contract trading is also hedging against the supply. Say that you bought some oil from somebody and you charge them $10 a barrel to store it. That's pretty high, but say you charge them $10 a barrel to store it. And now you own the oil until you transfer it off. You've made $10 a barrel, but all of a sudden oil prices are crashing and now you eat into your margins. Now you might be losing money. What if oil prices fell 15 bucks and your margin was $10 a barrel to store it? What are you going to do? Well, if you see oil prices are crashing out, you can go short active contracts and hedge the supply you're holding in case the supply loses value, right? That's a cool thing you can do. Imagine you can short a contract of any depreciating asset. That'd be a lovely life, right? I wish I could short a car contract. I always made that joke. I wish I could short a car contract against my car. To go buy a car and then short a contract against it so that way I can gain the depreciation value of 100% chance of depreciation. Oh, fantastic. But there's no idiot on earth that would take the other side of that bet, right? But in the oil market, you can short a contract to preserve the value of the thing that you're storing if you're a storage facility, right? So the point is, the traders of these contracts, the vast majority of who's trading it are people that are hedging supply and fulfilling obligations of delivery and stuff like that. It's not just somebody out there, let me sell the high because it's the high, right? What's motivating oil to move and what's motivating gold to move is always the forefront of what you need to do. And the gold and silver frenzy, dude, I saw every freaking momentum, ICT, fair value gap trader trying to draw on the chart why it was moving. And it's the cringiest thing in the world because commodity traders that are out there hedging supply and stuff, they're not looking at charts. They're not even considering that in their decision making. They're playing the real game, the physicals game out there. So what's motivating it to move should be the first question you should ever ask. And commodities don't just turn around on a dime. You're talking about millions and millions of people needing to buy this thing and transfer this thing and owning this thing beyond just speculation. So why is oil moving here? And hopefully that person went and did their own research because oil's up another 20 bucks since that question was asked to me. What's motivating oil to go up? Well, we're at war with a Middle Eastern country that's an oil producer. They probably produce maybe, I don't even know, I haven't even looked, maybe 3 or 4% of the global supply. They're not small. They're not huge either, but they're significant. It doesn't take that much. When we learned with Afghanistan, Iraq, that pushed oil up for a very long time. So why would oil go up in that environment? Well, think about it. This is the lifeblood of those countries. This is their income. This is their wealth. This is their currency. Oil is their currency, right? And so oil infrastructure is very valuable to the way of life. And as we learned with previous wars in the Middle East, is that oil infrastructure becomes a military target because it starts to cripple your opposition economically. An example, if you're at war with somebody who exports oil, then your Navy will blockade the port that they leave from and tell the ships, turn around or we're going to sink you. So they turn around. You will see that happening a lot. So because these things happen, and because you see terrorist groups attack refineries and blow up tankers with drones and things like this, the oil supply is going to fall short to the demand. So because that supply can possibly fall short below the demand, whether it is or isn't going to do that, speculators and hedgers are already on it in the oil market. They're like, screw this. The minute we start blocking that strait, or the minute we start attacking tankers, or the minute they piss off the wrong country, and then that country starts bombing their refineries or their production facilities, whatever, we're going to hedge against it. Everybody out there knows that there's going to be less supply. So the producers are out there gobbling up these contracts months in advance to make sure they've got guaranteed oil from the open market at a quality price. That particular effect is pushing prices up. So as long as this war is still going on, oil is not going to top out and turn down. It might have waves along the way, but the only thing that's really going to turn this around is the moment the president comes out with a tweet that says, we're coming up with a ceasefire, right? And then you have your evidence. The minute Trump says ceasefire or Israel says ceasefire, Oil will fall 10% in an hour. Everyone here, listen to me. The minute you hear the word ceasefire, oil will drop 10% in an hour. Okay. Literally, I've seen it happen before. Oil will fall $10 in the first hour of the minute. Right. That's what you want to wait to hear. So you're not going to be able to speculate that happening. You don't want to bag hold the whole way up, but you better believe the minute that happens, you got to get out of your long if you're in the long, right? Don't bag hold that stuff, right? So just think of it like this. The minute they say ceasefire, it's done. Now your speculation mode kicks in and says, well, when will we cease fire? How strong is the opposition, the belligerent forces we're fighting against? And you got to believe that Iran is like a freaking North Korea. They are relentless, passionate, religiously motivated. These are people that do not bend over and stop easily. These are the people that would rather go broke and rather die for their cause than they would yield to bullying. It's a pride thing. The people are very, very, very intelligent, very strong-minded and strong-willed. So you have to tell yourself, this is not a, oops, we killed your leader, let's make up tomorrow sort of thing. This is like on the verge of, I'm kind of afraid nukes are going to start going off. So you have to believe as a speculator that there is no, and it sucks because war is always so bad. We hate war, but there's no quick end in sight because the people we're fighting with are fighting with hatred. They're not just fighting for political reasons or fighting for what they're trying to achieve economic reasons. They're fighting for hatred. There's a lot of religious hatred. There's a lot of irrational hatred going on behind this war. Because of that, there's not a quick end to that. I don't think economic sanctions and blockade, embargo, any of that stuff is going to make Iran go, okay, we're fine. They would rather sit there in poverty than give up on their standards and morals. So the problem is, as extreme as and that's not the people of Iran. The people of Iran are peaceful, intelligent, very, very, very beautiful culture and people. It's the extremist side of the political side, the extremist leadership that will probably prolong this for a very long period of time. The only reason we're talking about it is to guess when we might get a ceasefire. And I can tell you, it might not happen for a year, right? So the problem with the oil trade is you might be upside down for a year, maybe 2, maybe 3, right? It's not Iran have oil, us stole that. It's happening with Venezuela. But the same thing. It's the same stuff going on, right? But the reason it started moving was over that weekend because of the war. Venezuela is a part of it, but it's only accelerated by the war. The Middle Eastern war is always going to be something that's going to move oil. I don't care what happens in Venezuela. It's not going to undo the idea that between Friday and Monday, we're bombing Iran. There's a possible nuclear war. This is the start of the move. Even if Venezuela is a whole other topic, it doesn't even matter further from there. That's just accelerating an already rallying oil, right? So keep in mind, that which is a whole nother topic to go with it, right? So anyways, your goal as a trader is to think about the motivations of why things are happening and get in on that and try to be the first one to make the better judgment call. So as a trader, here's my judgment call. I'm not going to short oil with all these, we're fighting, we're bickering with oil producing countries. I'm not going to short oil like it's going to reverse tomorrow. I'm not going to short oil like it's going to be on a chart and fill a gap. I'm definitely long-minded oil like I would have been long-minded gold last year until these hostilities go away. Does that make sense? That makes sense? Okay. So your job as a trader is to speculate. It's not to look at the chart and be like, we double topped, did we reverse? No, you short at 75, you're upside down at 95, right? As a commodities trader myself, I have to teach people the realities of this. as I learned that there is some structure to the Globex side of things, our risk intervals and rocket scooter, there's structure there. But you're going to have a bad time trying to like double top in short markets when there's a real reason these things are moving, right? You would take the same approach like if Bear Stearns was filing for bankruptcy, would you be buying the dip as it's falling? No, you would say that's kind of stupid, right? You wouldn't buy a double bottom. Like imagine Bear Stearns, Lehman Brothers, or filing bankruptcy. You wouldn't buy the stock if they said they're filing bankruptcy and it's dropping to zero. You wouldn't buy the dips. You wouldn't buy the double bottom. It's the same thing that if we're going to war with the oil producing country, you wouldn't short the tops either. There's a physical reason this thing's going to fly to infinity. So you got to think of it like that. And just think of it like that. There's your lesson for today. Yeah, oil's going through the roof. All right, so back to the stock market, because that's what a lot of us are trading here. But anyways, when you're trading commodities, you want to be a very good commodities trader. You will be better than everyone else at least trading commodities if you learn what makes that thing move. You guys remember when y'all used to ask me what I thought about gold? What was my answer? Do you remember? What do you think gold's going to do? And I gave you guys the best answer you've ever heard. So I've got no clue. I don't know anything about gold. What do the charts say? I don't think the charts mean anything. You asked me where I thought gold was going to happen. I always said, I don't know. I always used to say, I'm not educated enough on gold to give you a good answer. You asked me about oil. I'm pretty educated on oil. I mean, I was an engineer for a while and I traded oil for many, many years. I've learned the oil game. And so I feel like I'm educated enough to give you an answer about oil. But if you ask me about gold, I used to say, like, I don't know. Like, don't ask me about gold. I don't know anything about it because I don't know the motivations. I don't know what prices it. I don't know the suppliers, the miners, the value of it. I don't understand the world that gold is in. And a lot of people are like giving you, information like time to long gold, time to short gold, but they're talking about charts. I hope I proved to you now that commodities can't be traded with charts. You need to pay attention to the news. You can use charts for like your entries and exits, but for your general sentiment, don't be using a chart to dictate, oh, I think there's a reversal coming in oil. I think it's time. It's not a stock. It's not speculation. Speculation trades on Fibonacci's and shit. Like, people that need oil are going to buy oil no matter what the chart is. They need the delivery by Monday. They got to buy the contract now. They're not looking at the chart to do it. It's all based on supply and demand. And so going forward, as you guys know, if you want to be good at trading whatever commodity, try to become an expert at that commodity. We'll see the whole time we're talking about oil, I didn't even bring up the oil chart values at all, other than telling you where it moved to. I'm not looking at gaps. I'm not looking at price momentum, nothing. I'm like, we're talking about the export ban. We're talking about flooding the oil supply. We're talking about China accumulating supply for their reserves, right? The motivating factors that cause massive shifts in supply and demand are what makes oil prices move. And the same thing with gold or any tangible commodity that's not just based off of speculation. The major pricing mechanic is not speculation. The major pricing mechanic is pure supply and demand. The major pricing mechanic of the stock market is speculation, betting on companies' earnings at a point in time. And that's the major driving force that shifts that imbalance in the stock market. So anyways, don't just read the charts, understand what you're trading, and you will be a better trader than the next person. If you were asking me what I would do, I would be buying every single oil dip I could until $100. Or until Trump says ceasefire, then I wouldn't touch oil again. Until the next bombs go off, then I'd be longing again. Once the ceasefire is broken. See, I'm like 3 steps ahead of that. Oil went up 10%. Cool. I'll buy the dip tomorrow. I'll buy the dip Tuesday. I'll buy the dip Wednesday. As long as we're bombing each other, I'm going to keep buying the dip. If I take a loss one day, I'm going to buy the dip the next day and buy the dip the next day and buy the dip next day and keep buying, keep buying, keep buying. Until there's a ceasefire. And then when it falls 10%, I won't buy the dip. But the minute the bombs go off again, I'm backing on the long. That's oil. That's proper oil speculation. I know it sounds kind of morbid to be betting on bombing, but that's really what you're looking for. There's not going to be anyone in town not accumulating contracts over a lengthy war in the Middle East. the demand for contracts is going to far exceed the supply, especially if oil infrastructure starts becoming military targets, right? Think ahead as a trader. That's why you guys like to watch the show, because you can learn something here. But as a trader, understanding the motivations of why something moves makes you a more powerful trader than just the charts. At the stock market, you want to trade Tesla. What are you going to do? Oh, looks like there's the double bottom. Time to buy a dip on Tesla. Well, did you even think? What do you think their earnings would be like? Are they opening new production facilities? How much are they spending on that? Are they going to be red for the quarter, green for the quarter? Are they laying off people, hiring people? What were their sales like? What are their projected sales supposed to be like? What's the current, supply and demand of the Cybertruck that came out? Like, if you're not thinking of those things, you're going to be at disadvantage to somebody that is, right? Information is king in the stock market and the commodities market as well. You want to know everything about everything you're trading for the most advantages possible. If you're just looking at the chart, you're going to have a harder time winning trades compared to somebody that's looking beyond the chart. It's a good lesson. Like I said, I spent 5 years buying oil, and half the reason I jumped into trading equities because it was easier. There's nothing easier in this world than trading the S&P. That's the easiest thing in the world to trade. Its motivating factors are so simple. Fed, jobs, inflation. Not much that goes into that. And it moves, it ebbs and flows pretty consistent with that. Fed cuts rates, market goes up. Fed raises rates, market's probably going to go down. Quantitative easing, market's going up long periods of time. Quantitative tightening, market's going down long periods of time. Right? Stock market's motivation is very simple, especially with diversified stock market like the S&P. The entire index moves pretty consistently with what you'd expect it to do. It very rarely is doing something weird and abnormal for long periods of time. Stock market's pretty much consistent with expectations most of the time. Now, since December, maybe not so much, but every other time it's pretty consistent, right? It's not that hard. When I'm trading oil, 3 o'clock in the morning, you have to be up for those monthly oil reports from OPEC because, oh boy, when that thing comes out, that's in the oil world. The OPEC report 15 years ago was the same thing as the Fed announcement is for the stock market. It was the biggest thing of the month. 3 o'clock in the morning, all those oil ministers are together in one place. And, the minute, you would see, it was so crazy that you would actually see on the camera, you would see reporters walk in and the minister from Iraq is like whispering to the reporter. And all of a sudden for the report came out, oil's already fluctuating because she's talking to her friends outside. They're talking to their friends on Wall Street. They're cutting rates. You know what I mean? Like, it was literally, you could see on camera him whispering in her ear before it even happened. It was that sensitive to it. So it was kind of crazy. But the reason I moved to the index was because it was so, last thing you want to do trading something that you need to know everything about everything is when that everything takes place in the fucking Middle East, when you're sleeping. So I had to be up so late all the time to get all of these, and Russia is where the rest of the news is coming from. Boy, I'm sorry, but Europe time, Asia time, I got to sleep. So being awake for all of that info was just taxing. When I was younger, it was better, but man, as I was getting older, I'm like, once a month, I'm up at 3 a.m. to check out my oil positions. I'm just like, oh my God, man. So whatever you're trading, you got to be aware of what's going on and ear to the ground of that country, that time, their time frame, whatever's going on. And I know Forex traders do this a lot too. There's a lot of people that trade Forex pairs. Like, I'm trading this versus that, the yen versus the dollar. What are you doing? Staying up, during Asia time in the evening? Are you trialing Japan once a month to survey how the economy is doing to gauge inflation on your own? Like, why would you trade a currency pair with the country you don't even visit? It doesn't make sense to me. You need to have your ear to the ground and know what's going on. I can feel inflation here by going to the grocery store once a week. I can see what it looks like. I've got that sensibility. How can I trade this currency pair against the yen or whatever if I'm not ear to the ground over there too to make that decision, right? So I never understood Forex traders. They chart it as well, but currencies kind of require you to be, really involved in that area of the world where you're trading against. You got to understand what you're trading. So that's the lesson today. Understand what you're trading. Charts, I mean, in stocks, that's your best bet at trading a chart is using the stocks index. It likes the charts. But it's because it's all pure speculation. Speculation has no structure otherwise. The charts, we force that structure by behaving on the charts. In the commodities world, there's no structure on the charts. Zero. Commodities world, the structure is based on the supply and demand infrastructure of the commodity. And that's the truth. I'll take that to the bank, baby. So half of you gold traders in here, I probably just woke you up as to why you're not successful in gold. Speculating on gold, how much do you know about how many gold miners are out there? How many mines are available? Who's buying gold and why? Are they using it to make stuff? Are they using it for a currency? What are the currencies situations and the places where gold is? Are you thinking of that? Probably not. If you're not winning as a gold trader, ask yourself why. So anyways, I love that lesson. I kind of I have a commodities class that I teach in my boot camp. This is kind of a hash of that, but I teach that, right? You have to be more of a fundamental person than ever to trade a commodity successfully. You can use your charts to find the dip to buy in oil, but my mindset is stuck, man. I'm long in oil until this war is over, right? So how do you see me commit a trader's report for trading commodities? Thanks. Oh boy, I got 9 minutes. I'll have to give you guys that. Ask me on Monday. I don't got enough time. Commit trader reports is to gauge all of those things together in one place. So like COT report is where you can actually see the spread of all of those parts in one place. So like who's buying what contract and where can be seen here. Like let me refresh this. So the balancing act between like suppliers, producers, middlemen, all of that can be seen on the COT chart and like where everybody's position is. Let me let it load up really quick. Commitment of traders is a report that shows you who's buying and selling these contracts. And it's divided into categories. So like this is the S&P for an example. Let me load an oil chart up. Here. Come on, big oil, pick it. My charts, this website doesn't like me today for some reason. Okay, we'll use the S&P. So there's two different reports. Commitment of traders report here, and this is called the financial traders report. This shows you that the reportable net long versus net short side of the market. 0 is 0. This category of blue is small speculators, which should be you. Well, you're not reportable, so small reportable speculators, sorry. This green is non-commercials or large reportable speculators here. You can see that the S&P large speculators are becoming less and less. They're becoming more short as time goes by. So you can see how speculation versus production is balanced out. Oh, there we go. Took a year. All right, there we go. So oil doesn't have a financial report. The financial report further divides the categories into like 4 parts. Dealers, asset managers, hedge funds, and the other reportable category. For oil itself, you can see that the green side of the coin, non-commercials or large spec, are net long oil. Oh, hostilities are, reaching their breaking point in Iran. So you can see people are getting ahead of that. I wonder who's getting ahead of that. Probably people that know things are about to go off, right? It's a weird turn of events that at the beginning of January, the speculators started going long. It's almost like somebody knew something before it happened. That's a very weird turn of events. They go from 70,000 net long contracts on the front month to 168. That's a huge change in going long. I don't think it was a surprise that bombs went off Sunday to a lot of these investors, right? They're in the group text with the president, probably. Who knows? Long story short, you can see there's a huge rapid shift. The commercials have to go more and more and more short. Why would a commercial supplier be shorting a contract? It's a guaranteed sell at a price. So why would you buy a contract? Everybody's accumulating contracts. So the commercials are selling. Why would people want to buy a contract? Well, maybe they guarantee a shipment to them, right? So that imbalance can be seen right here in the committed traders. You can just see a shift, right? And that's kind of where that comes from. The commercial side can be anybody, producer, supplier, user. Somebody's going down. Somebody is shorting, guaranteeing a sale of the commodity. Somebody owns the contract. They got to buy it from you no matter what. So if you're a producer and maybe you're scared that, you know, your tanker might get blown up in the ocean, you're going to short that contract because the buyer has to buy from you anyways, right? And you have a short contract to protect the value. And then now you can go fish it out of the open market to arrange the deal and you've locked in the price. See what I'm saying? That's what you can see on charts like that. There's somehow some magic shift, right, that happened in January, and all of a sudden now we're about to be at war. So think about it like that, right? Committed Traders is revealing Wall Street's hand, and it's a week late data on week old data, so you're about 1 to 2 weeks behind at any given time. But at least it's telling you the story of what's going on. You can't really use it to trade with, like on a day trade, but you can use it to read the sentiment. You know, the markets. When the market starts turning around and you can see the position shifting around, you should already know the news that came with it. Like if there's a ceasefire, you'll hear that news first, and then a week or two later, the committed traders would have reported that shift in Wall Street. Right now, what's neat to see is that we weren't seeing any shift in Wall Street on the equities market, despite all the turbulence we've been seeing. The equities market is as net long on contracts as it's ever been on the S&P. So that was kind of a neat thing to take away from that report, is that despite all this volatility, the net long is still net long. And I'm like, well, why is that? So maybe just let you believe that most of Wall Street's just holding through the noise, right? You can make judgment calls like that on your bigger fundamental bias with the CO2 report. That's why I like using it. Oh crap, I got 3 minutes left, you guys. All right, did you enjoy a trip down oil memory lane? Do y'all like when I talk about sites? Sometimes we always talk about trading, talk about the charts in front of us, but do you guys like lessons like that? I can do more of that stuff if you like. I've got a million things to talk about. So if y'all gain something from that, let me know. Throw a rocket or some happy faces in chat. I'll bring some more stuff. Maybe I'll prepare some more content for y'all. I just improvised that whole thing when y'all asked, but I can bring a lot of lesson material if you guys like learning stuff. I'm okay with that. My daily stream is like this. I'm always spitting some kind of info. Volume versus open interest of previous state contract gives some other insights. That's a little more recent as well. I agree. I like that. I like that thought. Okay, cool. Well, it's Friday and it's the end of the week. We'll be live to finish up the rest of the day over on my stream. The mods will probably throw that up in a second. If you guys click that link and you want to give us some support, feel free to head over to our channel. We'll be live for the rest of the day chatting. My boy Neon will be streaming. I'll be in chat hanging out with y'all. Let's talk about treasury bond and stuff someday. Okay, this is a good topic. And don't forget to get your 30% off the pro plan going on right now at MyFundedTV. Use your favorite influencer code for that. That gets you your discount there. Always a good pro is my favorite account to trade with. I traded it. I'm an OG. I traded it back in the expert days when it's called the expert before they made the pro one. So we're glad you guys are here, and thanks for the 60K, by the way. We're very much so happy to have this channel growing. 60.2, that's great. And y'all have a great weekend. I do have a minute left. You guys know my play. I'm going to short from higher highs if I get it to pull this back down into that bear territory. Even though the market's kind of like fighting right here to get back into session highs, I'm still not shorting from here, even though it keeps bouncing off of that high. I think expiration mechanics are going to be a little violent. So be careful in the last 2 hours of the day. It can run up, it can run down. I don't think it's going to be a mild close. I think my thought is it might look like it's going to sell, then pop up like it just did, try to rally the highs, and then get slammed right back down to where it's at. That's my call for the day. Thank you for tuning in, guys. And again, we'll see you guys Monday morning. I'm going to keep pressing on this million challenge. I got 100K to 560,000 in the last 10-week run since Christmas. So maybe I can get the million by the end of the month, and we'll see from there what the next cool challenge is. All right, thanks for tuning in. I'll see you guys later. Click that link that he's posting in chat and come over and say hi on our channel. We'll be there all afternoon. So I'll see you later, guys.